I mean, hello. How you guys doing? Can you hear me? Latent female. Wait. Yeah, you guys can hear me. I was muted. Hey, meow. Chillo, you got a base. Um, I wasn't. I was dealing with scuff and um, getting food. Um, just got a very dinner provided by my husband. So that's. But I'm not drunk. So, how's everybody doing? How is Oh gosh, I don't know what I've got here. I think we have. You can still have dinner with Kitty though. Um, it is coffee time. I've eaten coffee. I mean, I've had coffee and I'm eating. um, yeah. Gray kept me up past bedtime. Oh, what did you guys do? I think I need a knife and fork. Maybe I should start stream half an hour later and just eat dinner beforehand instead of eat with you. Hold on. Hassan said hello. Pride stuff. My avatar is late. Oh no, yeah, that was I was wondering about that because I was telling the people on MSK stream that you might be doing the group stream this week with your new avatar. But it's worth waiting for. LGBTV in the chat. We're not doing anything. We're all adults here, so it's fine. Oh look, Streambox has Stream Elements has a pride thing around it. Do you see that? You're a bunch of butts. What's up, Stug? I think we can do a bit of a yes, I saw the new Spider-Verse movie. You're going to talk about. Here we go. There we go. And welcome. So I'm seeing it this weekend with my son. Oh, cool. I still don't know if I would spend money to go and watch it at this point because movies, man, expensive. We're early. What? Because I'm eating. Because I haven't. What, the movie's pretty? Yeah. Apparently, it's visually spectacular. Whoopsie. Okay. So look, while I eat, we'll do a watch. Okay. Hi, bro. It's all planning, eating, and stuff. Yes, it is. It's planning. What are we doing for the rest of the week? What are we doing for the rest of the stream? And eating, yes. So what we're doing is we're gonna watch. But one of the notes one of the notes for this this stream so far, this debate so far, is that they're all making, it seems like the leftists are all making arguments for against that they seem to think that they can't just say they want abortion rights and this is how we should do it. They seem to think that they have to bank on Roe versus Wade. They can't agree that Roe versus Wade is bad law and then require abortion not have restrictions. That's what it seems like. So it seems like they just want to argue for abortion rights. But in order to do that, in their minds, they have to go with Roe versus Wade. Instead of, I don't know, having some other broader discussion of, okay, how do we do it right now, fellas? So, Pisco, yeah. Watch party this weekend. I think it's going to be probably only one stream this weekend. Will be on Sunday because it's my birthday on Saturday. So I will be taken out of commission for the whole of Saturday for my birthday because IRL plans. But we'll talk about watch party would be good to continue on Sunday at least. Can't watch today. I have some stuff to do. Maybe I will drop later on. Okay, Nico. You will be missed. I mean, I'm just eating. But happy birthday. Thank you, Galente. For Saturday. Okay, so what's this? My co-host, this is now C. Paffy, no relation to Calvin. My co-host just made me watch a Chinese movie called An Elephant Sitting Still. No shit, the best representation of a lower middle class life I've ever seen in a film. Okay. The director Minecrafted himself because the CCP was giving him hell for the movie. So his best friend self-published the movie on YouTube. Wow, that's insane. That's cool. Piss Bro is mop and bucketing. Just going, yeah, that's true. Let's guess Kitty's age. Look, my sense of humor is 12 years old. I think Andrew knows my age. You guys do know my age. I've referred to it several times. Okay, I'm almost done eating, but let's actually, yeah. So, I listened to a little bit more of the thing today, and it gets even worse. They go further off Roe versus Wade than they did in the previous. You're old. Yes, I'm old. 32. Darling's closest. You guys think I've got some sort of Adam's genes that I can be I can be 87 or Dunedin. That'll be cool. This is Cheesecake Factory stuff, by the way, that I'm eating, and I can definitely understand why Americans eat a lot. Because it's so good. No, you're not late. It's just that we didn't have the general technical difficulties. This time we started off in Stream Elements. I mean, Streamlabs. Restream. There we go. See, Paffy is right. 27. After their 21st birthday, everybody is 27. I thought it was 30, but 27, I'll do good. Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, 32. Audio and video doesn't match. Well, that's a bullshit. You know what it might be? It's because I've got the two big screens. I'll change to the one small one. Let's see if that helps the processor. Thanks, darling, for the troubleshoot. Okay. Okay, and then number. There we go. Now we are. Yeah. Are you all right? I'm just gonna see if this chat. I'm trying to see if the chat has if the restream chat has live chat, or if I'm missing people. So I've had the two up. I want to compare them. I'm American. I lived in Pretoria for a summer, and I can understand why Americans eat so much too. Because you... Why? Wait, you lived in Pretoria, South Africa? That's cool. Potato PC moment. Eating and speaking. Okay, hold on. I think I'm done. One more piece, I promise. This chicken is good. There we go. Lovely place. Yeah, Pretoria is beautiful. Did you see? Well, you definitely saw. You were surrounded by jacarandas. Ah! Okay, dinner's over, bitches. Let's go. His first long message was censored in top chat. It's all looking the same so far. Okay. I don't know why, but it blows my mind that there is chain restaurants in the other parts of the world. That's how far they've extended. I mean, you know of McDonald's, but then when you think of Cheesecake Factory, like, holy crap. Yeah. I spent the summer outside Hammanskraal. It was lovely. Oh, that's awesome. Wow. Well, listen, guys. Hammanskraal now has cholera. So I'm glad are you guys done? In Bloemfontein, I'm just surrounded by assholes. I had an argument with a dude. Let's see if I have everyone here. I had an argument with a dude who said KFC was a South African chain. I can't wait for Hydra to come on again. Oh, I'm so sorry. You know that Hydra has his own channel and you can go and watch him there. And yes, he'll be there. Kentucky. So did you have a South African that was, you had a South African arguing with you that Kentucky Fried Chicken is South African? That's great. Maybe they were thinking of Nando's. If only you guys had Nando's. Kentucky, South Africa. I don't even think we even have a Kentucky in South Africa. You guys have a Johannesburg in America. Okay. So yeah, as I was saying, just to get back into this. Okay, just hold on. There was a very important note that I had to put here. Okay. So, oh, Jay, that is not right. None of that, what you've said in chat there. People audio onlying this. Never mind what's just happened. Okay, so is the audio a little bit better? Is the camera better? Now that I've stopped eating and I've made the displays calm down. I know, but he doesn't upload often enough. He will soon enough, don't worry. Okay, so I'm glad everybody could make it. Thank you for coming around. Thank you for watching me eat. It was very enlightening, I'm sure. You wouldn't have a Kentucky. It's a Native American term from the Shawnee and Shawnee and Iroquois tribes. I'm sorry, the joke was right there. I couldn't help it. It's an old joke. It's a very shitty joke. My video is in 144p for some reason. Happy to be here. Yeah, it might. You see, I don't have any control over settings and stuff when I stream through here. So that's it. I'm sorry. At least I look. You can't see any blemishes in 144p. So now that we have continued, we have refreshed. My main take on this so far, and considering the hour I listened to today, they are just not. They don't want to talk about. They want to have the moral discussion, and then everyone just wants to assert that abortion rights are needed, and they do start going into different parts of law and things that just it really is it's not productive, but I will try to map it. It's very dense for me, but I've got the transcript, and I'm hoping that we can come up with some sort of Erika, that thing, Patrick. I want to see your blemishes. Hey, Uri, here's a blemish. It's my happy birthday blemish. Made a course a friend who said you can use the N-word, no worries. And I said, I heard a word in Lethal Weapon movie that started with K, and he said, don't even say K-word. No, you can't. No. K-word is just it. Trevor Noah tried to do something about like reclaiming that word, and it's just such a horrible word. I just don't know if it could ever be. Maybe it's just, I don't know. It just wasn't. It's too. The N-word is harsh as well, but I don't know, that K-word. Don't use it, man. Don't use it. It's one. I am like, whatever, use words, but I just hate that word. I just wouldn't use it because it just sounds so horrible. It's just a horrible word. Have I virtue signaled enough? No, I'm kidding. No, seriously, I just don't like it. I need some water at the same time. So there's that. Because now I've got some whiskey in my coffee and I can't drink it too fast. Okay. Oh, nice, Daisy. Go to the loo for everybody to see, Daisy. Hey, Toots. Did you guys, were you able to see Daisy go to the loo? K-word is arguably worse than the N-word, in my opinion. It's just such a crassness to it. Yeah, it's the way it sounds as well. It's just, it doesn't feel good. It's not. It's not. I will not even say it's in jest. Pro-choice people. Let's see. Pro-choice people don't want to go to core legal argument because it fails on the fetus has human rights or is property. Exactly. That's it, Walter Millen. That's what they started getting to, and it's like, you know what? I'm okay. Actually, you know what? If that's the reason, they don't even try. Like, I guess no. What I mean by that is, like, they do try to get to this point of talking about whether the baby has rights or not. We do get to that. Today we will get there. Then it's like, is it life? Is it life? Does it have the rights? Can it act upon the rights? We'll get there today. That's it. But just for me, the way that they can't stick to the topic is it. I think you're right. The reason they try and go all over the place is because they can't nail down the only K word you know is kitty. That's it. That's the only one you need to know, guys. South African slur. Yes. We can't say it. It is super bad. Yeah, no, just don't say it ever. Cunt. Oh, cunt is a great word, and even even if it was spelt with a K, I would still say it. Okay. Let us play. You guys should be able to hear.
Quick, from a right to privacy standpoint, when you look at how we have a right to privacy in terms of your religious beliefs and where you can.
You good? Kerfuffle. Karen, an essay slur. Cat. Guys, stop. I'm guessing Piss Bro was the main source of the mumbo jumbo. Yes, him and Jesse, although Jesse is mumbo jumbo for the sake of mumbo jumbo, Pisco is he's more full of shit so I mean we could a little bit just to see where we were before.
So that decision, everyone points to the China one child policy as
that was actually
being able to teach someone.
We haven't said that one. We haven't gone there.
Case. Well, our practices with these fundamental rights, that's kind of like strict scrutiny analysis. In distinction is abandoned. He talks about quitting.
That's fair. Yeah, that's
okay. So you see,
right.
Jesse and him have this thing of they know so much that they can talk about that actually is so irrelevant in any case. They talk around everything and actually get to nothing, in my opinion. But that could also just be because letting all the dense legal stuff just go through me. Like, they see, oh look, there's equal protection clause. Figure out the rights, then figure out the state's interest in the right. That was the flag he wanted to put for the let's go here. Let me actually get to the transcript, sorry, so that will help us. Rekieta, I think he's on Rumble more than YouTube these days. Okay, so just to try and figure out where we were. Construct board. So Destiny was trying to get them to literally just, you know what, fine. Give us give us why you are looking for why should women have abortion rights? Construct them for us. And let's see. If I go here, not in there. I'm looking at for it in here. Daisy, what are you doing? Oh, it's Axel. Hello, control find. Okay. Because the last bit we were on is that he's like, I want to set a flag for the audience. Okay. With respect to certain practice. Where are we? Come on. Did I just let it go and try and get past a lot of time? This was that's this.
Once
Nick.
You are sharing that privacy with a third party, then the government has access into that privacy. And though I disagree fundamentally with that concept and how it's used to monitor, say, bank accounts or phone calls or whatever, it is part of the jurisprudence of the United States. It gets left out of this discussion every single time. But we are getting a little bit out of scope here because the question is not whether or not abortion should be okay. The question is whether the government, the federal government, needs to enshrine it as a fundamental right that is not reserved for state action. And so I know I'm going to probably be mislabeled in the audience.
Yeah, so that's what I want them to stick on. I want them to talk about all of that, and then it goes even more off the rails. Must have missed that announcement. No, he was doing both previously. Now he's now I think maybe he's just started going there exclusively. Rumble is actual free speech. So far, it's nice to be able to speak freely. Yeah. If I had enough, I was going to start. You have to pay to stream on Rumble if you don't have enough followers, and it's not that expensive. So I was going to consider that, but we'll see. But I would have wanted to simulcast on right now. My Rumble, I just my YouTube streams automatically upload there afterwards, but they get like 1 view each. So he makes more on Rumble as well. Yeah, he does. There's right to travel the States, owes me a Lambo. What? Growth is slow. I mean, YouTube is so much better. Yeah. Can people see my messages or am I still banned? You're not banned. Who banned you, darling? That's weird. Did someone time you out? Oh, did it auto ban you? Did you put the K word in? Because that's an auto ban, not an auto ban, but like it's an auto filtered word for me. It's like one of the only words that you can't. Soon though, says Gray. You were put in time out for some reason. Probably put in time out. Did you? Maybe it was because of the link. He's not Rumble exclusively. Rumble is just where his full streams are. He only does like half of each stream on YouTube. Yeah. YouTube shadow ban. Hey, PC. Yeah, I put Wikipedia article of it. Yeah, that's quite funny that like the mod got auto. That shouldn't apply to you. If you posted the Wikipedia entry, that probably did it. Yeah. I'm so sorry, darling, but yeah, if the word was in the URL, then it might have auto done that. Sorry, Does that mean he guessed the correct word? Michael, what's the K word? No, we're done with that, boys. It's not a good word either way. We don't use it. Stop asking. Yeah. You know what? It's a word that cannot even be reclaimed. That's a word. That's it. Rumble, as far as quality, seems to have gotten pretty good. Yeah, it is pretty good. Okay, then give better hints. Just go. I think did the link not work? Because I thought everyone would have gone to the link. I must discover the magic word. Just go and Google it, guys. I'm not going to. No, of course, darling, you're not going to have heard it because it's not. It's like okay. Yeah. Why would you hear it over there? You wouldn't hear it where you are. Everyone's just making things up. Just FYI, Americans don't know the K word. First time I ever heard of it. Yeah, no, guys, I'm not like, oh, how dare you not know? Please don't take it that way. It's more like, yeah, we're very touchy about it, and I don't expect everybody to know. I'd rather have them go and find out and look and understand why it's a bad word, like through Google or whatever, than talk about it here. Literally don't know it's existed until Kitteh said it today from the UK. Yeah, exactly. You guys won't know about it. And it's not a word that we have any pride in. So you're not going to hear people say, hey, by the way, there's this word that we enjoy. Like, nobody's going to go and say that. It's actually somebody, I think, did that Jay, did that lady go to jail for saying it? But the thing is, it's considered a hate crime to say it. So look, I can't agree with that. I cannot agree with that. But I will say that it is such a horrible word, and it's so deeply set that is not a word that you use. It's not even a joke to me. Trevor Noah tried. You can YouTube it or something. He tried to say, let's not be scared of this word. Let's reclaim the word. Let's do like they did in America with the N word and make it that way. And actually, at the end of his special, he made people say it, and everybody understood it and was like, knew the context of saying this word is not, and it just didn't take on. You would expect something like Trevor Noah to make it okay. It wasn't. It just didn't work. It's just so ugly. I think it's also because it sounds so horrible as well. There's no soft A, soft R, you know? There's nothing like that. So it's not like America. No one is saying, what's up, my K word. I think some people have said my K word. I think that they have some have said that, but nobody is saying it out loud. Yeah, Trevor tried. He tried. Trevor Noah has no actual power. No, it doesn't. Catapult. It is catapult, guys. I'm sorry. Krusty Krab. You know what? You guys can just Google it, but you'd rather just type in infinite words into chat until you get banned. Darling's the only one that knows it right now. From what I remember, she was charged for it, but I think she made some sort of plea deal with the court, yeah. Okay, let's move on. This racism upsetting me on my Pride Month. Hey, I'm born in Pride Month. Does that make me special? No? If you're straight and born in Pride Month, it doesn't really... Nope. I think you guys should be celebrating my birthday more than Pride, okay? Because I was born, and that's it. No, we love Krabby Patties. No one's going to guess it. That's good. We have a brand of yogurt milk that is the K word. It's literally... What? Oh, yes. I know what you're talking about, the yogurt milk. but you spell it. You say E. There's you pronounce it different, but it sounds I know what you mean. I'll get you some purple switches. I'll get you some. Happy birthday! Now I've celebrated more than Pride. Thanks, Michael. Okay, that is the end of the K-word mystery. Intermission over. Okay. Let us continue. Let's try and get back to where we were with this. See, you could say that I'm a hypocrite. Oh, free speech absolutist, whatever. It's like I don't feel like somebody should be put in jail or lose their job for saying that word, but it's not like I'm going to condone saying that word. That's why. But when I worked at grocery, no one knew that. Okay. So they said it. Oh God, imagine a South African working at the grocery store. They're like, you what? Yeah, they can say it and you can still kick them out of your house. Exactly. It's still, so you're a real asshole. Okay. Out. Anyway, where are we?
Here, and so let me just make it clear. I think if a state wants to enable abortion, actually, I shouldn't say if a state wants to make abortion legal, because abortions are presumptively legal and have been presumptively legal, except when they were not, which is right before Roe, incidentally. But when
that's another thing that Nick does actually talk about is he also goes like abortion. Puts restriction on them. No law make it available Okay, so that's another point that Nick does make here is, and he makes it later on in the conversation, that and surprise, surprise, we come back to it, that abortion, the way the law is working is you don't need to enshrine this right in a law. You actually, the only thing you need to do is put a restriction on when it can't happen. That's what he's saying. European, don't shit on Pride. It's an important month for false people. Kind of like tricking people to say black in French. Yeah, well, if Pride should be, oh God, just don't. Let's not go there. It's Chintzia month. The month of June is Chintzia's month. Nobody can take that away from me. I was born in June. Whee! Okay, let's continue.
And if a state wants to make an abortion illegal, that should be the state's choice, not the federal government's choice.
Okay, so then I think this circles us back to my question, I think, for Pisco, which was, can you construct that right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So he says construct the right,
though I
right?
want to
Absolutely,
flag
he says.
here, again, second flag,
Okay.
which is there are two steps to this analysis, which is going to be first assess the fundamental right and to the extent that it exists. And next, we're going to assess a state interest to see when and where that right can be usurped or infringed upon, whatever.
Can I jump in real quick, just because this is what I had originally emailed Destiny about. And
a simplification, okay?
Yeah, no, totally. But I would like to kind of get.
That's pretty funny, the way he's like a simplification, okay? The way he says it there, like also incredibly, condescending. But it is a way to say, please don't speak for another 20 fucking minutes saying absolutely nothing. That's what Jesse does. What about your son's birthday? Okay, he's allowed. When's your son's birthday? If it's on Saturday, he's not allowed. It's your girlfriend's birthday this month too? It's my friend's birthday this month too, but I mean, like, I was here first by several years. So I win 21st. Ah, my sister's on the 22nd. And my friend's on the 19th. 21st, 23rd. Who's 23rd? Oh, girlfriend. So we got 21st, 22nd, 23rd. All good. We just need someone on the 20th because I've got someone on the 19th. No one on the 20th, huh? I'll just have to take 20 as well. But then that means I am 33. Never mind. Okay, whatever.
Just make sure from first principles we agree, because I basically, like, in the equal protection...
This is Jesse. This is word salad
where
Jesse.
all of equal protection clause stops certain classifications, just by way of background. The way that the framework was developed was you figure out what the classification is first in isolation, and then you figure out what the state interest is that might go up against that. And so there is this very delineated step 1, step 2 in equal protection. But when we're talking about fundamental rights, the right itself in step 1 came into the Constitution with certain strings attached at common law. So while I agree we don't need to talk about today's state interest when we're figuring out what the scope of the right is.
Like, why would you bring that up? Why would you bring that up? No, this is Jesse.
We do have to talk about the historical state interest, recognize that common law. So I do want to push back on this notion that we can't talk about state interests when we're defining the scope of the right. I think we have to. Like, that's what the common law does.
If you accept that the common law is the only source of fundamental rights, but it's not.
I think we all accept it's at least part of
history.
It, right?
History is the guidepost.
Okay, so we have to go on this tangent now.
History in tradition is a guidepost, not necessarily the common law. For instance, if there is no common law with respect to a certain practice, it might nonetheless, the absence of evidence in the common law, plus some other sort of.
So basically, I'm going to put like Jesse's side quest. Okay. Okay, because it's if we go over here, he talks a whole bunch of shit. See, he's now said the concept, his main argument is concept of quickening determines whether the ruling of Roe versus Wade is correct. If life begins at conception, then it was decided correctly. If not, then it wasn't. So he's like, oh, it's good law, but also not good law. Best to go to historical common law for the answers. So that's what he's got, why he's so keen on bringing it back to this. In common law, abortion and privacy go together, and it's marital privacy. Free speech as text doesn't make sense. That's one thing he said. Enumerated versus it was an example, I think. Enumerated versus non-enumerated rights is a red herring. So that's where he's trying to talk, what he's trying to talk about. Oh, this is Nick. This should be a Nick color. Sorry. Broader than we'd like. This is Nick. Okay. So let's see. We're going further down, something that's just, I'm going to let it go and try and just make tiny notes and not get too in detail with this, because otherwise we'll be here forever. She says probably going to take such notes. Okay, because he just carries on with the whole, okay, copy style. He goes on with this, and then we go into another realistic fiction. What? Jesse is wearing a black hat, isn't he? I think be 10 minutes late. We are 5 minutes past that. You're getting an imaginary boyfriend for Pride Month. How's your girlfriend gonna feel about that? Well, okay, I think then I've misunderstood everybody, because I've misunderstood who's who, Andrew, because when they first, let's just go back. Okay, so we're at timestamp 3312. Okay. They introduce in the beginning.
Decided, and
he asks the person Lego.
Lego pizza. Do you have a name you prefer?
That's Lego pizza.
Say that again.
Yeah.
Casey ruling are on kind of shape, bring you guys together who are all, I believe, curious to hear the is if you think Roe and Casey were good rulings, and then the second one is one if it was good to start.
I saw it there. There it is. You can see over here. It says Lego pizza. Okay, so cool. So I didn't go crazy there. Let's go back to 3312. 14, close enough.
Over the line, and so I don't accept that looking at the common laws is the only or exclusive method of determining fundamental rights.
So when you say history and tradition, you don't mean exclusively legal history.
It might nonetheless, the absence of evidence in the common law, plus some other sort of the general practice of citizens might be enough to push you over the line. And so I don't accept that.
Hey, Jab.
Looking at the common laws is the only or exclusive method of determining fundamental rights.
So when you say history and tradition, you don't mean exclusively legal history and tradition. You're saying like contemporary practice as well?
That's relevant, yeah. Why would you exclude that?
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
Like, I don't understand why. I'm not even going to map that. It's about what versus, utility. I'm just going to say utility of tradition. Okay, like that is the point that they discuss.
Okay, but, okay, and also Alito cites that as well. Alito cites.
I mean,
in his
Alito,
opinion, so it seems like
Alito does
okay.
completely wrong. He ignores quickening and all of the common law treatises just as much as Roe does. So I think
you can't say Alito ignores quickening. Alito talks about quickening. Alito discounts quickening. Ultimately, says the distinction is abandoned. He talks about quickening.
Thanks for saying hi, Jeb.
Yeah, that's
okay.
true.
All right.
So building out the case, I think
build it up.
It's a simplification, and there are other times where yes, the state interest is going to in the First Amendment context, for instance.
The avatar person would have this silly name. Andrew, you're an avatar person. You don't have a silly name. Horrible. No, just your brain just did that. Don't be sorry. Just close the door. Yes. Patrick.
A lot of these sui generis rules, these unique rules about the First Amendment, which don't map on perfectly to strict scrutiny analysis, they're going to be like that. They're going to.
Why would your dog pee on your sneakers, see, Puffy? Why? That is wrong. That something's wrong.
Considering the state interest in the process of defining the scope of the right. But in general, as a simplification matter, I think it's totally fine to say, look to the right, then look to the state interest. That's typically what our practice is with these fundamental rights. That's kind of like, Barbary teaching you, preparing for the bar kind of analysis. So that's kind of how we look at it. And you might be able to later down the line distinguish abortion from contraception based on the state's interest. That's fine. But first, we're going to establish, in my opinion, the scope of the right. And so Destiny asked me, build out your case.
Yes.
Well, I think the decision about whether to bear or beget a child is a fundamental right because for years, it's...
Okay, hold up. We actually have something. I will, instead of saying it's the side quest, I'll put the side quest here. Jesse's side quest. History and tradition. And common law. Okay, and then now we can maybe Pisco construct abortion rights. Pisco construct abortion rights, attempt 2. Okay. Let's go.
Implicit in what it is to be an American, to be a free individual, to be able to govern.
Okay. It's the right to decision, whether to decision. I love the way he has to say bear or beget. Like remember we did speak. We went through the definition. We looked it up. We did what is beget and what is bear and whatever. And eventually, maybe we'll come to that discussion of what those words mean. But like he uses them without going into what they mean. So that pisses me off. So he uses them in place of layman's terms, so that he can't get caught out by the legalese and but you didn't say beget. It's because and he doesn't say I'm using this wording because it's written here and this is what it's called. Like that. So it just pisses me off every time I hear this decision to bear or beget a child. It grates me, bro. Do you think it grates me? Because it fucking does. I don't know. It just gets to me so bad. Let's see. It's implicit in American to be free individual decision whether to bear or beget a child is a fundamental right. That's what he's saying here, which is fine. But I'm just wondering when we can have just the nice set of just what words mean, like normal discussion, the way that Nick does it. Sounds like it was what's Imagine Dog peed on his shoes. Oh, everything about you, Zumun. Kitty's a lawyer. Yes. I will lawyer these lawyers. What? Congrats, Andrew. What's this? Oh, yes. Andrew is over 100 subs. That's me trying to give you... Hold on. I can do this now. I can do this. I'll do it for you guys. Just hold on. You guys will be able to hear it because of a setting. Is that the only one? Come on. Hold on, Andrew. Hold tight. We'll get a notice for you. What will it be? That's trending in the United States. No, let's go to mine, please. Log in again. Sorry. I think I log in with Google. No. This is important, boys and girls. I have to do it. Yes, put password manager on the screen that I'm sharing. That'll be great. Thank you. This is all for Andrew, and we'll try and find the right sound for him. Bitch, I signed in. Hello. Remember me. And copy paste. There we go. Okay, so what will I see?
NANI? Oh my.
What about no. Oh, this one. This is the one that I was trying to do. Did you hear that? Did you hear that, Andrew? Oh my, is my husband. No, not my husband. It was it's a Gundam always using oh my that made me save that. And then there's the ones that I've made. Where's my other page? Next page. Where is it? Where's my other ones? There's all Mushu. I've got Mushu.
What are you doing in my swamp?
That was no Mushu.
All right, that's it. Dishonor. Dishonor on your whole family. Make a note of this. Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow.
And this.
Okay, let's get this show on the road. Cricket, get the bags. Let's move it, heifer. Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow.
That was very lethargic horn. It was a lethargic horn. The air horn tolls for the Andrew Clark. Okay, cool. Anyway, soundboard is on standby now. But first, let's just go to my soundboard. Uploaded. There we go. Why is that on? All of my uploaded are here. Let's move it, heifer.
Let's move it, heifer. Who am I? Who am I? And don't you slap me no more. We clear on that?
I just went mad with Mushu sound bites. And yeah, I'm just playing with sounds. You see, I'm just bad. Wait.
Pretty high, huh? All right, rise and shine, Sleeping Beauty. Come on, hop.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. It's just so fun. Okay. Oh, back to abortion. Fun.
Well, I think the decision about whether to bear or beget a child is a fundamental right because for years, it's implicit.
What did you say? My husband just said.
Prove it.
My husband just said that my face is a Smith motion. Who cares about this display? We love Mushu, exactly. Okay, then.
And what it is to be an American, to be a free individual, to be able to govern your family and decide for yourself what your family is going to be, who you are going to be. You know, that intimate decision about having a child is one of the most personal things that you can think about. And for years, the cases have followed along from that. You have cases involving the education of your children, being able to teach them whatever language you want to teach them. There are cases, as we already talked about, the sterilization cases, the contraception case in Griswold and Eisenstadt. These are all following a pattern that recognizes that the essence of your liberty and what it means to be free surely must mean to be able to build your family the way you want to see it. The perfect example is like everyone points to the China one-child policy as an example of people who are not free, as the antithesis to what freedom is and what it entails. And so that decision is, if anything is fundamental, that decision must be. And it seems like Nick Rekieta is fine with Griswold and fine with contraception. Why doesn't Roe follow on from that?
I also want to.
Wow. Why doesn't it follow on, boys and girls? Let's see. Okay, let's take a wild guess. Nick is fine with contraception. And then I'll just say here, what is it? Griswold. Okay. Why doesn't abortion follow on? If anybody has it against, I don't know, someone just think about why. What is the difference between contraception and abortion? I have a pill that I take and it helps me with these things. But another thing that it does as a side effect is make sure that I don't have babies. Am I killing anything when that happens? So yeah, that's the question, sir. Hello. Thank you, Michael. Yes. Emotional. Yeah, it's the pill. Ooh, yeah. Husband in the stream and chat at the same time. Sus. Was he here? No. Actually, he's kind of banned from the channel. He can speak and whatever, but you guys won't be able to see it. I don't see no poll. Wait, is there a poll? No, there's no poll. I got a poll for you, Roger. Daisy. Sorry. We get distracted here. The contraceptive game. Did we decide when life begins yet? Oh no, that's going to be fun now as well because Nick. Oh, let's see Nick's face as well. Let's just go.
And it seems like Nick Rekieta is fine with Griswold and fine with contraception. Why doesn't Roe follow on from that?
I also want to add.
Look at his face. Hold on. Here we go. I'll show you a little bit closer. Look at Nick's face. Dear Lord Jesus. Help me. I banned someone and it wasn't. Who is banned? My husband. My husband. He needs a burner account to see the stream. Can I just
add that even if you look at it real quick.
Just like, well, too bad your mom didn't take contraceptive.
From a right to privacy standpoint, when you look at how we have a right to privacy in terms of your religious beliefs.
Okay, whoa. Pisco was busy, but now let's just go and have a Lego time. Lego man decides that this is his time to shine. Furthermore, sorry, I'm trying to inject comedy. Fine with Griswold. When you look at how we have a right to privacy in terms of, so he goes right to privacy. I think we've got that. Oh wait, no, he's on his way. He was on his way to do this, and then I stopped. Okay, Lego right to privacy. Lego is red, so. Right to privacy in terms of religious beliefs. You can practice your belief in your own home. In the First Amendment, you have a right to do. Okay.
And where you can practice your belief in your own home. In the First Amendment, you have a right to not quarter soldiers in your own home, which is a right to privacy in your own home. There's a privacy right in your person and possessions in the search and seizure law in the Fourth Amendment, right? So there's this concept of right to privacy that has been enumerated. And then when you add that in with the Ninth Amendment, which says that while the Constitution does have enumerated laws, there are other laws that might not be enumerated that you still have as fundamental rights. You can see that there is a general right to privacy that you have, and my argument is that in Roe and Casey, they were just delineating another right to privacy, which is you can think of it as Pisco does.
So he's saying, which is what Nick was saying is not right, is that privacy is enumerated, right? Follows that abortion follows from that. Follows from this. So essentially, his argument is that it's good law. It's okay.
as a right to bear and beget a child. You can think of it as right to bodily autonomy, which they say in Casey. There's a million different ways you can look at it.
Look how fascinated Destiny is.
But these are things that Americans have had this entire time since the 14th Amendment, right? So I think that it's clear that there is some sort of fundamental right here, and there is parts of the Constitution that you can see shows you evidence that there is some sort of right to privacy bigger than what is delineated in each of the single amendments.
All right. So, Nick, fundamental difference. Yeah, go.
Yeah, fundamental difference between contraception and abortion. I mean,
come, boys. Let's make sure that we get this one right. It's going to be complex. Okay, Nick. Fundamental difference. Hey, what is it going to be? Ta-da! Oh yeah, I was gonna put that. Can I put background music on again? I just want to do that. Okay, just hold on. Lounge, chill, lo-fi. You guys didn't like lo-fi, but I liked lo-fi. But then it might mess up. The problem with their entire argument is that why Roe v. Wade is defended. Why isn't the third trimester 1 day before birth right? Privacy still applies, as does bodily autonomy. Problem with the entire argument is that that's why Roe versus Wade is defended. The privacy right makes no sense to me. You don't have the right to conspire to commit crime. How can privacy protect abortion? That's true. It just seems common sense. It doesn't. That's you could argue then privacy, as long as nobody knows about the thing, then it's fine. You know, then it as long as it's about you and your home. By their logic, Roe versus Wade doesn't go far enough. Yeah. Privacy includes 1 day before birth, as does every other argument they use. I pronounce it as Luffy. Working at Planned Parenthood is actually great. I haven't gone grocery shopping in weeks. You guys! Michael, great place to pick up chicks. I understand that. Medical conversations should be private, but if the medical procedure is illegal, then you can't get around that by saying no one should know about it. Yeah, it's true. You're too late. I would love to rob a bank, but I want to do it privately. You know what? We do private bank robberies here. Sorry for you. Ours are legal. Okay. Yeah, so it just doesn't make sense. Maybe this slippery slope that we're pointing out here somehow is somehow not going to occur with the law, or can't occur somehow, but they don't present that. So let's go.
To be rude, but are you serious? Like one involves an actual life existing at some level. Like I don't think any of us are retarded enough to say that there is not life, right? Like I'm not debating against that. You're saying there's not life?
Well, I think. Wait, hold on. Wait.
Up his hand there. Oh yeah. Listen, one of the worst things somebody said is like, well. So what he's just said here is life on some level, at least on some level. right? If we now, one of the arguments that I was presented with many years ago was, if a clump of cells was found on another planet, would we now go, oh, well, that's not life? Okay, we can have the nuanced discussion. Of course, we would get very excited because that's life on another planet. Of course, it's life, it's living, it's organisms. That we're happy about. That's what we would be like, whoa, crazy, life discovered. We know that there is a difference between a clump of cells in value, we're going to say. If you go and say, hey, we found alien life, whoa, crazy, they think about it, and then they get told, no, it's a clump of cells. There's a reason that would be less crazy news than we found actual sentient life elsewhere. So, I mean, the least you can do here is understand that that's what Nick is saying, that he's saying something has actual life here, even if you're deciding that the cells and whatever are not life at that point. They're more than what they would be without contraceptive. Hello. It just seems a bit convenient. Why doesn't this thing auto scroll? It's so stupid. My Restream chat doesn't auto scroll. So stupid. If we found sentient life on another planet, there would be Rule 34 art flooding the world. He picks her up in the trunk of his car. Oh god, what's happening? What if we found a fetus on another planet? Interesting. Is flawed because he didn't go far enough to defend third trimester abortions. You see, that's what I'm saying. By their arguments, Roe versus Wade is flawed because it didn't go far enough. You know what? I wonder if that is brought up, Michael. I really do. But you know what? That's what I'm actually kind of sitting here going like, you guys are acting like Roe versus Wade is the one that you need to now defend. But actually, could you not have some argument for, oh yeah, this isn't good law. We need to give us an argument for why you need to go and put this into law. Make it that you need to have the right or whatever. Make it so. And they can't, like you said.
Let me ask this. Hold on, I'm curious. Right. So it seems like the issue, and I'm trying to separate this apart. This is why I got my lawyer dudes in here and not normal people. Okay. Whether or not a fetus is life or not, I think my question is the United States.
Hold on. Is there a serious position on this panel that a fetus is not life at some like?
Well, I think the position is like, does the federal government or the Supreme Court have a position on that?
Is there like moral consideration? Is the real
and the position
life is a useless term in this.
The position has been.
First man on Mars finds a human fetus. Is a zygote human life? If it's terminated from the outside involuntarily, then murder charges could go to the mother or the terminator. If law states it has rights that can be defended. Yeah, no, they go to it. Who has the right to defend its rights? Well, that's what they start talking about, Rosales. They start talking about inheritance rights. So say apparently there is some actual law where if you are, say, extracted, Katie, from your mother, and she dies and your father dies, you still have the right to, and you're viable, you still have the right to your parents' inheritance. You're a natural person. So they start talking about when that occurs.
The position has been from the Supreme Court, at least a stated goal of agnosticism towards that fact. And what's more is...
Can you have agnosticism towards that fact? Can you? I don't think it's possible. The middle ground where it's maybe don't kill 9-month-old babies. I don't know. Third trimester. Do we think that some people think that maybe third trimester, people think it's the third month? Do they think that? Because I've had some people that have confused that. Or wasn't it, weren't they talking about that on Sitch and Adam? I think you can because development is different in each fetus. No, they know. They know what? Oh, they do know. They know. I can't believe it. That was one of my first red pill moments. It was like, oh, so they know. They do literally think that this is a good idea. Okay.
The cases that like seem the most relevant about whether for constitutional purposes you are a human being at conception, there's explicit holdings against that, because if you're a human being at conception, you're a rights holder under the Constitution.
If you're a person.
Okay, so Nick was trying to go here. Does the federal government actually, it wasn't Nick, it was Destiny, and he was saying rude, but are you serious? Ones where there's actual life. There is debates against. Are you saying there's no life? Well, I'm curious. Right, so it seems like the issue. I'm trying to separate this. Why I got my lawyer dudes. Yeah, fetus is life or not? I think my question is, whether the federal government or the Supreme Court does the federal government or Supreme Court have a position on whether fetus is life? A fetus is life. Okay, that is a Destiny question. Oh, sometimes. Okay, just go. There we go. Okay, the position has been Supreme Court at least stated a goal of agnosticism. So he's now saying PISCO. The position has been from the Supreme Court that at least stated a stated goal of agnosticism towards it. Okay. And I'm just wondering how that even agnosticism towards it, that actually kind of gets me to this whole like it's a kind of thing of, it's such an absolute thing that can you, it's like, you know, when people are like, oh, silence is violence, or it's compliance is acquiescence, or not, you know, like that sort of thing. So you having agnosticism towards this is taking a position on it. It's something that needs a position, in my opinion. If my boys come home with blue hair, I will abort them. What if they did it for a girl? This guy was the guy in convo between him and Vegan Gains. And kept asking, are you the lawyer here? Oh, that's great. That sounds great. I never got a black eye from silence.
The position has been from the Supreme Court, at least a stated goal of agnosticism towards that fact. And what's more is the cases that like seem the most relevant about whether for constitutional purposes you are a human being at conception.
I like being a human being.
There's explicit holdings against that, because if you're a human being at conception, you're a rights holder under the.
Yeah, there's like there's explicit holds that for constitutional purposes. You're not a human being at conception. I like being a human being.
Constitution.
If you're a person.
if you're a person, right?
Yeah.
So
See how the lawyers are going exactly also just for the words like person versus human being, like that they can't have just a normal conversation that you because in law you have to have this is what it means to be a human and this is what it means to be a person. They're different things. My God, no wonder I'd never be a lawyer.
You say there's a difference between human life and person?
Well,
there is. That's only an ad hoc explanation to explain why we don't have to worry about a fetus being a rights bearer. Because if a fetus is a rights bearer, they're entitled to due process under the law. They're entitled to equal protection under the law.
He just said it's ad hoc, and also I'm sorry, I don't know why. His face irritates me more than it last time. I don't know what it is, but this time his face is irritating me more. I don't know why. Somebody tell me why. But also, I need a screenshot of that. For the... There we go. Just gonna save that quickly. Screenshot. There. Just in case. Because I got a good one. Okay, so...
And presumably you could see a challenge from a fetus that the murder laws are being applied differently as relates to their personhood and regular people. And in that sense, you would constitutionalize no abortions as an equal protection matter or as a due process matter. And so
100%.
Okay, so I think what is meant there is if you have personhood at conception, then abortion would be illegal. And he's saying that as if it's not an argument that people have.
Actually, Nick, do you agree with that? Do you think that fetuses are persons or should be considered persons? They aren't now, obviously, but
I'm not positive. So we're getting into a legal argument about what is life, and I'm asking the panel if they actually believe that a fetus is not life, just in general.
There's no correct answer
as the
to that.
fact of the
There's
matter.
no correct answer.
There's no correct answer to that?
Unfortunately, if you want to get into the weeds, I do not want to get into the weeds on the life.
It's his expressions. You're right, Lady Cameron. It's his expressions. What does he mean by his face? What does your face mean? He's just, I don't know, maybe it's the condescension that's making me want to knock him. I'm just pasting his stuff here. And then we've got Jesse who does a thing. Jesse goes, personhood. Okay, and then we've got here Pisco being like, yeah, if fetus is a person, then abortion. Under equal protection. Okay, that's basically what he's saying there, and then
argument because I don't see it as relevant.
Why?
But if you want to
why would that be a controversial question if a fetus is life or not? I mean,
like he's not asking them to say it's a baby. He's not asking them to take it all the way. He's saying, look, can we say it's not life? Okay, could we at least say that? It's not life. It's not dead. It's not unalive. You can say that, right? Okay, so I just want to do go here. And fundamental difference between conception. Okay, and we can go through here. Maybe actually go. No, I'll do it here. Is it? Yeah, actually, do we bring... I was thinking of where I'm gonna position next thing. Daisy, come here. Yes, that was phrasing. Come, Daisy, come. Daisy, come. Come. Okay, well, you sit here. Sorry, intermission by Daisy. She pressed pause for everybody. There you go, dude. Daisy? Daisy? There we go. Daisy's down on a T. Yes, yes. Come, sit. Sit nicely. Three rules of abortion in real estate. Location, location, location. My God. Yeah. Okay.
In any
I'm gonna
other
throw you a bunch of hypotheticals, and you're gonna.
Hold on.
Wow. Okay. Oh, you're gonna flounder? Did he say that? What? Okay, hold on. Getting into a legal argument. Asking panel. Whether is not life. Okay, that's what he's asking. Is a fetus not life? Okay. Where are we? Fetus. What? I'm trying to find the. Just press play.
But your hypothetical
is relevant.
Why?
But if you
Like,
want to
why would that be a controversial
on the life argument, because I don't see it as relevant.
Why?
So he literally said there was no correct answer to this. Not the border, but also the fill, please. And then we have Pisco with the beautiful answer of there's no right answer to that. Okay, there's no right answer to that. If you want to get into the weeds, do not want to get into the weeds on the life argument because I don't see it as relevant. You literally just spoke about why it was relevant. Who is saying that it's not relevant?
But if you want to get into the weeds, I do not want to get into the weeds on the life argument because I don't see it as relevant.
Why?
How could life not be relevant in this discussion? How? Please explain to me. There is no right. You know what it is? It's because it's not life to him. So it's not that it's irrelevant. It's that no, it is not life. That's his answer. There's no right answer to that. I don't want to get into the weeds on the life argument. That and then come. I said Control Enter. I want to make an enter here. Here we go. Doesn't see it as relevant, and then Nick is like, why?
But if you want to
why would that be a controversial question if a fetus is life or not? I mean, in any other
throw you a bunch of hypotheticals, and you're
hold on.
He says that. That's what he said. That's right. He said, I'm going to give you a bunch of hypotheticals, and you are going to flounder on them. That's what he said. Do you guys hear it?
I don't see it as relevant.
Why?
But if you want to
why would that be a controversial question if a fetus is life or not? I mean, in any
I'm
other
throw you a bunch
context.
of hypothetical.
I'm going to throw you a bunch of
Well,
hypotheticals.
But your hypothetical.
You're going to flounder on, so that he's going to flounder on it. Distinction based on it being alive is silly. Avatar delayed till Saturday. That's okay. You sound like the dad of someone who fondled the pie. Okay, I don't know. A jury, no, alive. It's not silly. It's not silly. My mustache is more impressive. Why would it be silly? You kill sperm with contraception. Are we talking? No, it's considering life and death, not life. Live as in like if you're saying live sperm. I'm just trying to understand what you mean there by it being silly, Michael. If the abortion issue was handled like cells, I would do the takeaway. You can abort, but then you can't have kids after. Hey. It moves, it excretes. It has a purpose. It can be eaten like any other cell. It performs all 7 standards of life. Oh, a sperm. Well, here, it very definitely does. If you're going to have, what's the name? If you're going to say it's silly, they should be able to accept this standard of life. That should be the thing that they shouldn't have. And this saying that life is irrelevant in the abortion debate just doesn't make sense to me. How can it be irrelevant? Because the whole argument is whether or when is it murder? That's a very, very pertinent question when it comes to this.
Hypotheticals are retarded, so that's pointless. In any other circumstance, if you took what is a fetus and you put it anywhere else in the planet other than in a womb, it would be considered life 100% of the time. So how do you delineate that? It might not be life.
Is what?
Is a fertilized egg a human being?
I didn't ask if it was a human being.
Okay, I think. Hold on, wait.
Yeah, that's not what he was asking. He said, "Is it alive?" So there it is. That's what I'm like. And Destiny does say something here where he's like, okay, it seems like everybody's just trying to get past the arguments that's rather just everyone's trying to dodge what they think the argument is going to be. Just fucking answer the question and then let's get to it. That's what is basically happening. And it's like he doesn't want to admit that there is some standard of, like you're saying, being alive there. It's and you can be okay with that. Do they think that? Is it because you can't be okay with that? Yeah, you can't take even that as life. You can't. You need to be on the extreme. Does it make no logical sense for you to accept that it's some form of life, and then say it's okay to take that away? If sperm is life, my ex-wife is a cannibal. Life of a fetus has to be taken into account if you're debating aborting life. Yeah, of course. You're deciding whether it is murder, essentially. You're deciding whether it's legal to take this life.
So wait, hold on. Whoa, hey, I'm the goddamn moderator. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, we should be able to answer this question. I think that everybody here, I think a lot of people are trying to jump ahead to preempt future arguments, but I think everybody here would acknowledge that a fetus...
Destiny doesn't moderate! Okay, I'm going to make a new, I'll just put his color here. He does moderate, and we're going to have Destiny's topic here. Okay. People. Everybody here would acknowledge. Acknowledge. That is his role as the moderators, to try and bring them to some sort of movement in their. How did I spell this? Jesus. A college. But acknowledge. Fetus. Some type of life. Okay, and I like that his thing is that it's people are trying to preempt. Okay, answer is. Okay.
It is almost certainly some type of life. Maybe not a legal person, maybe not a human being, but some type of living thing. I think we can.
Yeah, there we go. That's what Nick was looking for. Okay.
Can all agree with that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But the question isn't.
That was the only question I had.
That was the
That's
only
trying to
question he had. Yeah. Okay, so Nick, that's the only question I had. Okay, and here we've got Pisco is like, no. But the question.
Bypass and get to the isn't.
That was the only question I had.
All agree with that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But the question isn't.
That was the only question I had.
Sure.
That's trying to bypass and get to the end, which is, does this thing deserve rights?
Yes, okay, yes, but so he's saying that's trying to bypass, but that's trying to bypass to get to the end. Get to the end to does this thing. Well, actually, you bypassed it. You bypassed that discussion because clearly somewhere along the way, the thing from it goes from life excreting blah, 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 all of that. It goes from that to personhood in some way. And there is a standard that you would have to come up with for that, right? You bypassed that, not him.
And that's really the question. Is
Sure, but if we're not
deserve
willing
is
to
a separate question.
Sure.
Does it have?
Sure,
Does
but
it have
Deserve
rights?
is totally different.
For my purposes, Jesse, I'm using them equivalently. Do you?
Ooh, what a little dick. Well, for my purposes, Jesse. Ooh, mamma mia, he is a dick. Like Jesse, I know. I mean, maybe I should just be okay with the fact that yes, you should be a dick to Jesse because Jesse's word salad, but also no. Whether they deserve. Okay, and then Snarky McSnarkface, Pisco, for my purposes, that's it. I'm using them equivalently. Oh gosh, you guys carrying on about chairs. Good arguments for his position, but he chooses to be smug. He's not, yeah, he's not engaging. He takes completely out. Snarky McSnark face sound said by South African. What? Most things said by South Africans sound funny. Jesse! For my purposes, Jesse, bitch! Okay.
Under the Constitution, do fetuses have rights? And for the longest time, not even Roe, not any of these cases have been doing any kind of analysis or balancing with respect to the potential life. Not even Alito does that. Alito, in his opinion, does not balance.
Wait, so here's a question that Pisco.
So what does that mean? Then talk about that. You're saying that they aren't doing that. You're saying that, like, at what point do I even put in here in this little sub thing here? Been doing any kind of analysis under the Constitution. Does do fetuses because for the longest time, not even Roe, or any of these cases does any. So that's an argument you can then say. Why do you have to sit with Roe versus Wade? Can you say that's bad law, and then say this, and then admit yes, it hasn't been doing this kind of analysis that it should? Like, isn't this like the kind of analysis that it's supposed to be doing? Not even Alito does it. So it's like, okay, cool. So doesn't that mean that there's something missing from Roe versus Wade, and that was a problem initially stated by Nick?
Have been doing any kind of analysis or balancing with respect to the potential life. Not even Alito does that. Alito, in his opinion, does not balance.
Wait, so here's a question that Pisco, you asked it quickly, I think, but so something, Nick. So here's something that I'm curious. So it sounds like you're saying that, like, if we consider a fetus to be some sort of life that states can have an interest in, I don't understand how to leave that decision up to the states. If you truly.
Okay, so now, Destiny is very much taking part because he's moving the conversation along more than it would without him. So it's not like he's just helping it along. He's actually he is making a decision to bring in another branch here. Okay, and yeah, it's okay because this is going nowhere. So I'm okay with that. Okay, it's a good. He picked up on something that Pisco was saying in a stupid way, or in some way that just wasn't going to actually land with Nick. So he's now come and reworded it basically. He's saying that if we consider fetus in some sort of life, some life can have an interest in. I don't understand what you think. Okay. This Destiny rephrase. Phrasing. Let's go. Question. Okay. Oh, this red is hurting. if we consider I don't understand. How do you think? And are you asking what he's asking? Do you think so is essentially he's asking, you truly believe that's to the case that you don't think this don't you think the Supreme Court should outlaw abortion the same way that it would outlaw the right to terminate your 1-year-old?
Believe that to be the case, don't you think the Supreme Court should outlaw abortion the same way that it would
Okay, so look, Americans, you and your whole different kinds of I am from South Africa, where we are not United States, we're just one state. We have provinces. There are some provincial differences, but we have courts, the Supreme Court, things like that, but you guys have your federal, your Supreme Court. We have the Constitutional Court, right? You guys have your federal and your state legislature. And now this difference between the two, the way that Destiny is now talking about it here, is that it's a real big deal. Some things are such a big deal that they need to be federal, I suppose. That's what he's saying here, ignorant person. But it's, I don't know, it seems like leaving things up to the states is a big deal. Can you guys explain or give me a bit more context of what that feels, why that is such a big deal to leave things up to the states as opposed to making federal law against it? Okay, I think we need to dedicate more time to the chair penis question. And where they call me dishonesty is a bad idea. People can be wrong or mistaken. Going for bad faith motivation requires bad assumptions. So you're assuming that somebody is going for bad faith. That's bad faith in itself. I may ask why you are so interested in penis chairs. I think he's doing some market research. So yeah, if anyone has any feedback on that Supreme Court thing, did I just not word my question properly? There are interstate issues that federal government has jurisdiction. Yeah. Oh shit, Andrew's just pressed enter because he's busy typing and he knew that I was waiting for an answer, so he just pressed enter. And he's going to finish his point. Like, I know that there is the difference between the two, but yeah, he's acting, Destiny's acting like, could you really leave that up to the states? As if that is like the worst thing you could do. That's what I'm finding hard to relate to. Like he's kind of, it's I don't know, it sounds like he's saying, are you gonna just let grandmas in the city council decide? So like it sounds that like he's saying, are you gonna be that irresponsible, Nick? That's what it seems like. Sometimes this formatting doesn't work. I have right to pump my own damn gas. Calvin. And I don't have to wear my seatbelt if I don't want to. Okay. Let's continue.
Outlaw. Like the Supreme Court never say you have a right to terminate your 1-year-old or 2-year-old child. Why would the Supreme Court be agnostic on this and let the states decide rather than taking a more firm position and just outlawing abortion altogether or saying that it's unconstitutional to do it? Or do you think they should do that maybe? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, do they need to? I don't see the point here. However, Destiny is suggesting that the federal government should have jurisdiction where there are universal interests. Okay, thanks, Andrew. Because, like, I'm like, yeah, it's not making good sense. And I'm trying to copy paste your thing, but it's there we go. There we go. Also, for your avatar, I don't want it to be rushed, so don't rush the person. Just get a discount every few days that it's late. So Destiny is suggesting just universal interest. Okay, because yeah, that was me like saying like South African. I'll just put these two as related. Ta-da! Okay. Guys, we are not even at the wackiest. Is murder left up to the states?
Does the Supreme Court have a constitutional prohibition on murder?
Is that like for
it would
deprive
be an
of life, liberty?
argument.
Yeah, like a 14th Amendment, life, liberty.
It would be an equal protection argument because
an equal protection argument.
If you're a rights bearer,
but is there a constitutional, is there enshrined somewhere a constitutional right to how do I fucking word this? I'm trying to figure it out.
Is there a constitutional requirement for states to pass murder laws?
Yeah, there you go.
Sure, yeah, Louis.
there you go. I still haven't heard an argument for why a penis is not a chair. Let's explore. That is for okay, if we were doing a Thursday stream this week, actually, okay, they're doing Into the Spider-Verse or whatever, Across the Spider-Verse. We will have to do penis chair the next week, okay? Okay, guys, no, play nice in the chat. Don't, okay, so I just want to see that Nick asks. Two? What's two? Okay, Nick. Okay, so even my little brain also was just not understanding, and then Galente was, who is it? No, was it Galet? Yeah, it is. It's more than a week away. Let's hope she forgets. I wonder if anyone will allow me to remember. I mean, forget.
If Vienna abolished their murder law, okay, that's the hypothetical then.
I'm asking.
No, that's a question. Yeah, you guys have to answer.
I don't think that there's a constitutional requirement for you to have murder laws, but if fetuses are persons under the Constitution, there's an equal protection argument in that there's no rational. What would be the reason for distinguishing the rights of a person in the womb and with respect to the murder laws and the rights of the person of born individuals? And if you're going to say, well, it's just inconvenient to have the murder laws apply to the fetuses, well, then you're just saying that, personhoods, and you're just saying the persons in the womb get less rights than persons outside of the womb, and that's all the abortion people are saying too. And so you're back.
No.
Is that what the abortion people are saying?
Square one.
Peter, I think
that's not my argument at all.
Let Nick respond. Go.
Just very briefly, no. Actually, age is not a protected status in the 14th Amendment.
Okay, this is where it goes even. Oh god, this is where I lost it. Okay, I held on for a sec, and then they went into this. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't mind just talking about chairs right now. We could do that now if you like, because this goes over my head. Okay, so first, constitute of murder. Okay, so I just want to have Pisco being like, he's saying it's an equal protection argument. Trying to figure out constitutional crime states to pass murder laws. There is a question you guys have to answer. Persons under the Constitution, equal protection. There is no rational. So what is happening is he's saying that I'm trying to figure out what this man is arguing, Pisco, because he's saying that he can't let this be a state. Someone help. Okay, let's just go again.
Age is not the womb get less rights than persons outside of the womb, and that's all convenient to have the murder laws distinguishing the rights of a person in the womb in the Constitution. There's an equal protection argument in that there's no rational. What would be the reason for distinguishing the rights of a person in the womb and with respect to the murder laws or the rights of the person of born individuals? And if you're going to say, well, it's just inconvenient to have the murder laws apply to the fetuses.
He's saying it as if this isn't an argument against. He's saying this as if this isn't an argument against abortion. He's presenting it. The thing that's confusing me here is that this whole rights of fetuses he's presenting it as if it's not an argument against abortion, and I am shocked. I'm just talking through my problems. I'm just trying to talk to get through this. Like, how is this? Why is this so dense? And it is literally, it's because he's said this before. He's gone and done this before, where he's admitted these sort of things, that this thing does deserve rights. So he's taken away this thing. He's like, somehow the argument that he presents the argument against abortion as a reason, a legal reason. That's for me. I'm going to continue. Just see if it makes sense to me.
Well, then you're just saying that, personhoods, and you're just saying the persons in the womb get less rights than persons outside of the womb, and that's all the abortion people are saying too. And so you're back at square one.
Peter, I think
that's not my argument at all.
Let Nick respond. Go.
Just very briefly, no. Actually, age is not a protected status in the 14th Amendment. Age is not a protected status in the Civil Rights Act. We allow age discrimination all over the place: voting, smoking, drinking. There would be no particular obvious Supreme Court issue with having age-based restrictions, even if that's gestational age-based restrictions on murder. So again, like we're jumping ahead and acting like
you really think
this
that,
is
Nick? I mean, do you think that it would be constitutional?
Do I really? Do I really think that?
This man uses people's names in a very condescending manner. It's so weird how your own name can be used against you.
Euthanasia proponents.
Do you really think that, Nick?
Restrictions on murder. So again, like we're jumping ahead and acting like
you really think
this
that,
is
Nick? I mean, do you think that it would be constitutional?
Do I really? Do I really think
that?
Euthanasia proponents certainly think that, right? Like that.
Well, I'm not asking about euthanasia.
Jared goes.
It's a relevant question because it would be an age-based discrimination on murder.
I can't speak for them. My question for you would be, do you think it's constitutional if a state says it's legal to murder someone over 60?
That is.
Kitteh, did you want an American to help translate this stuff? Yeah, okay. Let me just, hold on. I think, yeah. I'll DM you. Oh, and you know what happened with I finally found your other message the other day, from PayPal. Not from PayPal, but from, it was in my other stream. It's very strange, like in my other stream's notifications. What do children from Asia have anything to do with it? Oh my gosh, you guys are still on about this fucking chair thing. Shooketh and not shook. I'm kind of tempted to just write notes now, like not even try and do this in a time, like in a chronological structure. Yeah, it's heavy. This is heavy, and I said I would get through it.
A common argument that euthanasia would be allowable at a certain age.
Like, I think I just want to go. They mentioned this. They mentioned this. Like this. He goes equal protection argument, and then it's then Nick's just like age not isn't age-based restriction isn't a used. Murder. Okay, that's Nick. Then it's just like euthanasia. Who brought up a euthanasia?
Sure.
It's legal to murder someone over.
Question because it would be an age-based discrimination on murder.
I can't speak for them. My question for you would be, do you constitutional if a state says it's legal to murder someone over 60?
That is a common argument that euthanasia would be allowable at a certain age. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, I think that would be unconstitutional.
Okay, wait, hold on, wait.
So he's okay with abortion, but he's not okay with euthanasia. Essentially, okay, he's saying it wouldn't be constitutional. So how is abortion constitutional if a euthanasia is not?
You think euthanasia would be completely unconstitutional at the federal level?
No, what he said, which was allowing murder after the age of 60.
Yeah, well, but hold on, wait.
No. Also, you shut up, you little fucking Lego dude. Look how he smiles. Look at this oak smiling over here. It's Catrus.
Hey.
Hi. I'm just busy being irritated with this person. Just look at. Yeah.
I can't speak for them. My question for you would be, do you think it's constitutional if...
What? I went backwards.
No, I just... I can hear you, but like visually everything's dead for me.
Really? In the studio.
In the studio, yeah.
And on
Oh,
stream?
it's frozen. Unresponsive page. Okay. I'll just wait. Because I just need to hear.
Pandrew, it's Catrew. Hey, what's up, Optimus?
Hey.
No, are you? I mean, we can still see you. What's stream like?
Here, let me just wait. Let me exit.
You'll come back. Yeah, it seems fine. Hello. It's Andrew for true.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. You didn't get my joke, Kitty. What does kids in Asia have? Oh, euthanasia. I get it, Patrick. I get it. Very well done.
Yeah. Also, I don't need the link, by the way.
Oh, okay. You can just get in?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so I got pissed off with Lego over here. Okay? Because of the way he goes, no, what he said, which was this and this. This is the most pissy response.
If a state,
Look what happens.
you really think
this
that?
is a stational?
But the only problem is now you won't be able to. Oh, wait, you can in the studio. You'll still be able to hear everything.
Yeah.
I'm sharing my audio. Yeah.
It's all good.
Okay, so
age-based restrictions on murder. Again, like we're jumping ahead and acting like
you really think
this
that,
is
Nick? I mean, do you think that it would be
do I
constitutional?
really? Do I really think
that?
that? Euthanasia proponents certainly think that, right? Like that.
Well, I'm not asking about euthanasia proponents.
But it's a relevant question because it would be an age-based discrimination on murder.
I can't speak for them. My question for you would be, do you think it's constitutional if a state says it's legal to murder someone over 60?
okay, so he's saying that. Do you think it's constitutional for the state to say you can murder someone over 60, right?
That is a common argument that euthanasia would be allowable at a certain age.
Wait, hold on. Because Nick is trying. See, there's another miscommunication. Nick is saying that he's talking about killing in general, ending the life, and Pisco is saying murder. So they're not communicating.
Certain age would be unconstitutional. Okay, yeah, exactly.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, I think that would be unconstitutional.
Okay, wait, hold on, wait.
Yeah, I think Disney picks up on the difference between the two.
Euthanasia would be completely unconstitutional at the federal level.
No, what he said, which was allowing murder at
Look at this smile. Look at this fucking smile. I can't handle it.
the age of 60.
Well, but hold on, wait, just curious, because now, hold on, wait.
Like, no, that's not a win. That's not a smile. I don't understand. I guess I'm just sensitive to this person speaking.
We're not immoral. This is legal. You can't pull equal protections for age, can you? Like if somebody can you?
Don't smile like you won, you little shit.
It's a lower.
It's just not as suspect.
What'd you say? It could.
I was talking about what they're saying, and they say it for me, but yeah, you could make an equal protection for age, but
what is this?
And in fact, they do. Oh, so there's like a.
Is it equal protection under the law?
Act. Yeah, exactly. The point is protective classes. Is the point? You've got like religion, gender. Well, I think they're doing gender and sex now, right? I think it was originally just sex, but then you've got. Weight, I think now is the thing. Yeah, definitely. Anyways, the point is that you can't bar people from these activities or employment or the kind of thing. You can't bar people from the public square, from society, based off of these kind of characteristics.
Yeah, it's no discrimination. Cool, we have that.
Right, and so, what they're saying is that you can, or what Nick is saying is that you can discriminate based on age. And Pisco is saying, well, no, I mean, you could make an argument. It's just that it's going to be less effective necessarily.
But
You're not going to be able to make it all the time.
yeah, and for me, then I'm like, why? What's your problem against this? Because my question is, how are these two things different? Yes, okay, they vary differently. There's quite a big difference between a whole ass adult deciding that they should die and a mother taking the life of the fetus, right? I understand that, but I'm saying we're talking about the time that you are able to make this decision, say, to euthanize yourself after a certain age, right? And then you're allowed to have rights as a baby after a certain amount of time. So that principle is equal in
we already have a kind of unfurling of rights. Different stages in life.
Yeah,
you get different rights. I mean, what is it? You can't
drive.
Yeah, you can't withdraw. Yeah, there's definitely getting a license. There's being able to drink. There's getting what do you call it? Social Security.
Yeah.
Based off of like you have to be like 65. There's all kinds of age-based discrimination /
governance,
governance side things. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. And so and what is it? Even like what do you call it? Like organ donation.
You're mumbling to me. Sorry, what?
I was saying getting a new organ, right? They will take your life expectancy, your how old you are into account before you get where you are on the list depends partially on your age.
Yeah.
Like an old person is going to be prioritized lower than a
younger person. Yeah.
Young person.
Okay. So they just
wait. You think euthanasia would be completely unconstitutional at the federal level?
No, what I said, which was allowing murder after the age of 60.
Well, but hold on, wait, just here.
Fucking, I'm sorry. Get past it, Chinsia. Just keep.
Now, hold on, wait. We're not immoral. This is legal. You can't pull equal protections for age, can you? Like if somebody can you?
It's a lower.
It's just not as suspect.
I'm not a legal mind, but like I know that like if you're trying to sell a house to somebody, I can't say like I can't discriminate on like familial status, on sex, on stuff. But I'm pretty sure you can on age. That's not a protected.
Distinguish the federal law. A lot of those protections come from federal statutes, which prevent this kind of discrimination because they're not. It's first of all dealing with private discrimination. Of course, the Equal Protection Clause applies to government action.
How can you get? So here's a question because intuitively I think I agree with Nick, but I guess I'll ask you. You can explain this. How do we even have an age of majority if it's not okay to discriminate on?
It is okay to discriminate. It is okay to
There
discriminate.
we go. So that's a good question, right? For somebody like me as well. It's like you've just said. There are lots of things where we. So he's like, okay, wait, no, we actually can. So why are we allowed to do that?
In certain respects, when age is absolutely Nick and Jesse are correct. That is not a suspect classification. I want to say it again. I'm not saying that age is a suspect classification, but the test for rational basis is there a legitimate state interest, and is it rationally related to that legitimate state interest? What would be? This would fail rational basis review. This would be one of the times that it would.
See what I'm saying about the legalese. It's like, okay, like you can have this big, because that means something to you as a like
it's something not in evidence. It's something that hasn't been presented to the audience.
Yeah, exactly.
What kind of legitimate interest would it be?
Isn't the rational basis explanation essentially done on viability? Isn't that the rational basis?
I'm talking. I'm not seeing the connection between
that. I won't be able to diagram this.
Do you just want to get through it?
I want to get through it. And maybe I'll go back and try to finish a diagram of it. But I feel like I'm cheating, but I still have to watch it though. So we have to watch it. Okay?
Yeah.
In the hypothetical age law.
I don't see how it would be rational basis in the first place because the lowest discrimination basis that we have.
I've got something for this. No, that's not what it is. It's taking the timing is perfect. Oh, come on. This.
Not today, Satan. Not today.
But yeah, this is. I'm just. I can't today. Defeated by Lego Taco Lawyer guy.
Yeah.
Just me. I can't.
Lego Taco.
I can't. That's it. I think we need read more cat like cat. We need more cats like Cat True. Great song. This is a bit. No, I won't do it. But yeah, basically. Oh no! That's it. Okay, let's continue.
Would not.
Wait, I'm just going to. Yeah. Just another expression. Okay.
Be rational basis. It would be the next one up. Intermediate scrutiny, which would be based on gender. I'm not aware of any equal protection questions that fall down to rational basis. It would be at least intermediate.
There's tons of them.
Eisenstadt, for example, which Eisenstadt was the case when they first tried to apply. Yeah, they first tried to apply contraception outside of the marital context. So this was like the step after Griswold. That case originally says.
I just need to also just come back to this here. Just a second.
All right.
I'm feeling really defeated here. Okay? I need to process this.
Yeah.
Can why is this not working for me? I am okay. It's the legalese and then also just the not being, maybe just not being American. Let's pretend that that's a thing. That's in the way.
Yeah, let's pretend not being American is a thing.
Yeah. And just yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know why. It's just I need some time away from it, or some not away from it, but like some unrecorded time or something where I'm literally just not just reading this transcript because I'm not understanding, or I'm not. It's not landing the way I wanted to, and it's making me not want to diagram it. Because usually when I understand, I'll try and make something, but I'm defeated. Okay, and this is my personalized big screen apology to anyone who came here thinking that I would be. No, I feel so bad. Yeah. I'm defeated. I can't handle it. Continue. I'm trying. I'm going to continue somehow.
Okay. So, do you understand what they're getting at?
You know what? They're busy saying a whole bunch of shit. Okay.
Okay. And well, what they're saying.
Yes. What are they saying to you?
All right. So, they're trying to build a bridge from marriage. The court's interest of the child, right? How does the court have interest in the child? So they are talking about different court cases where first it was like sex within a marriage setting, and then sex or contraception outside of the marriage setting, and then and that's where we left off, but they're going to probably go into how the where does the like in what Roe v. Wade, I think Roe v. Wade might be the next step, although I'm not sure, where they were talking about would you know what Roe v. Wade is based off of? What the case was?
It wasn't it? It came down to they made this a decision between her and her doctor. It was like the right to abortion from the right of privacy.
Well, I mean, sort of, but the case was based off of. It turned out that she said that she it wasn't true, but let's just pretend like it was.
Mm-hmm.
The case was about rape, right? And she didn't want to carry the child.
Yeah.
And where she was, that wasn't possible. So they took it all the way to the Supreme Court. And then they said that you could, based off of all of these factors, right? And so they're trying to find the legal. You find they're building the legal bridge from Griswold to Roe v.
Yeah.
Wade.
Okay. So I can understand them wanting to do that, but they're not doing that in this conversation. How are they doing that in this conversation?
That's what Jesse's trying to do right now.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I can see that there, but going between
be at least
going here, back here,
Eisenstadt, for example, which
like with euthanasia, literally we had
intermediate scrutiny, which would be based on gender. I'm not aware of any equal protection
question because intuitively I think I agree with Nick, but I guess I'll ask you. You can explain this. How do we even have an age?
Which was allowing murder after the age of 60.
Yeah, well, but hold on, wait. Just curious, because now, hold on, wait. We're not in moral. This is legal. You can't pull equal protections for age, can you? Like if somebody can you?
It's a lower.
We're not in moral. This is legal. You can't pull equal.
So literally, we're here of you guys. So like, why are we talking equal protection argument, right? He brings in this again, like I've said, he brings in the equal protection thing. He talks about how that would be used to say that a fetus would have rights and therefore abortion is illegal, right? He brings all of that in. How is that arguing for abortion?
No, Jesse. No, but Jesse is on Nick's side.
Yeah, and Jesse's on everybody's side, actually.
Well, yeah, no, he's on everybody's and nobody's side. Yeah.
Okay, Pisco, on the other hand, Pisco brings in this protection argument, and cool. Then he brings in, oh yes, if you get through to if you go and you have the equal protection argument, you'll get to the fact that
abortion is illegal.
Abortion is illegal, and I'm like, how the way he is going about this doesn't make sense to me.
What he's trying to say is that if we define a fetus as a human life, then regardless of age, they need to be protected. But Nick is saying that we prioritize life based off of age. We do that already. We prioritize life based off of age, and so this would just be one of those rare cases where someone is so young that they actually don't. Usually it's that the younger you are, the more value we put on your life. But in this case, it would be a rare exception where someone is so young that we would reverse the calculation.
But this layer of this conversation.
Yeah. Okay? Pisco is just saying, though, that that an equal protections argument would defeat. If we classify fetuses as human life, then we would give them full rights and they would have equal protection under the law, and we couldn't, and it would de facto make abortions completely illegal.
Exactly. So I'm like, well, how is that your argument for, like...
That's why he doesn't want to consider the life. He doesn't even want to ask the question, much less have an answer.
So has he said this? He's like kind of said the quiet part out loud that he's supposed to. He's like, yeah. Then if you say it, then abortion isn't supposed to be legal. It's like, yes. So that means that you're supposed to come up with a better. You're supposed to come up with an argument for why the extremely young, pre-born, should have no rights. Come up with an argument for that. I don't know what you're busy doing over here, what you're spending your words on. It's just, it's driving me insane. Like, wow. Okay, we're not doing much about that. Like,
I think that you're just getting frustrated because you see that Pisco is just he's just wanting to avoid the conversation.
Okay, I guess we could
equal
see
protections
why
for age. Can you? Like if somebody would, can you?
It's a lower.
And he's literally just now right here, Pisco here. So now I'm gonna put Destiny because he says you can't do equal protection for age. And then Pisco's like, no, you can. So that again, that would make me go, that points to another thing that goes for abortion being illegal. That I don't understand what you're trying. Okay, how does this help your side?
Well, no, that's exactly the problem, is that Pisco is saying that he is determined that abortion needs to be legal, right? So he doesn't want to include any arguments that would invalidate it on a fundamental level. He's like, he started with abortions being needed. So if we consider a fetus as human life, that will automatically defeat my argument. So we can't even consider it. We can't even go there. That's his reasoning right here. Right?
Yeah, that
like,
consider it.
That's why I think that's the disconnect you're seeing, is that
but he
is acknowledging that this that even asking this question would defeat his
and he acts as if
that's the way he say it.
And that in itself, he acts as if that in itself is the argument against it. So even if he's got arguments beyond this, which I would hope he does, he doesn't. He's presenting it to the listener as if, oh, well, that's stupid. You wouldn't. Well, of course, we're not going to look at that. Instead of explaining or going into those things and giving me reasons why they wouldn't apply, or why so he literally has to just sweep something aside, and I'm losing. Wait. So that's what made me lose. Okay.
To lower.
Pisco, I fucking hate you.
It's just not a suspect.
I'm not a legal mind, but like I know that like if you're trying to sell a house to somebody, I can't say like I can't discriminate on like familial status, on sex, on stuff. But I'm pretty sure you can on age. That's not a protected.
Distinguish the federal law. A lot of those protections come from federal statutes, which prevent this kind of discrimination because they're not. It's first of all dealing with private discrimination. Of course, the Equal Protection Clause applies to government action.
How can you get? So here's a question, because intuitively I think I agree with Nick, but I guess I'll ask you. You can explain.
What if you're protecting? Again, I think he thinks fetuses must not be declared people. Otherwise, the only reason we not give them rights is because abortion is too convenient. I think that is what he's trying. What he's trying to not trying to argue. It's what he wants us to. It's what he believes, but he's not making an argument for that.
His argument is that what is it like liar, it's like, objection, Your Honor, on what grounds? This is devastating to my case.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Because he's saying, exactly, he thinks fetuses must not be declared people. Absolutely, we understand that. But he's presenting the argument that fetuses mustn't be declared people because he requires them not to be. Instead of telling me why they shouldn't be. This is incredible, because I was trying very hard to find some other reason, and what if you're protecting people above an X age rather than allowing to murder people below an X age? Different way to look at it.
Exactly.
Well,
and actually that is sort of Nick's argument that he'll get into later.
Yeah.
this. How do we even have an age of majority if it's not okay to discriminate on?
It is okay to discriminate. It is okay to discriminate.
Which is hilarious. Though, again, like I said, you're saying it's okay. So that's an argument you've just cancelled out yourself. So Nick can come and say to you, well, I would like to discriminate on this age and say that at this age, this person has rights. This is a person at this age. Therefore, abortion is illegal. So again, point
against,
for
in
that.
certain respects, in age is absolutely you.
He just loves lawyering so much that he will explain very much why age is definitely okay to discriminate on, and then never mind that's devastating to my case.
Nick and Jesse are correct, but it's not a suspect classification. I want to say it again.
Well, another thing that's lurking in the background of this is that since Pesco is a law student, essentially right here, right? He's not practicing yet. He hasn't been sworn in yet. Something that Nick has said is that it is very typical of law students that they build their legal case more like a mathematical proof, right? Where there's this clear line of reasoning that makes sense to them, but they're not used to arguing it against kind of like, what is it? Kind of like a point scoring in a sport.
Yeah.
Where you're just like, you just kind of like tap each other almost to score a point, rather than like in an actual fight where you're making contact and you're actually causing damage. And, even if you get hit by someone, it may not matter at all because they didn't feel it, kind of thing. So drawing that back to this kind of argument is that, or legal arguments in general, is that you would argue, you can say no, even if somebody's argument does make legal sense, you can dismiss it. Especially in America, is that we have a rather confusing set of laws where you can choose almost arbitrarily to highlight and diminish certain aspects of the law based off of like almost convenience. It depends on exactly what you're doing, but the way I understand it is that you just that just because something is it depends on the what is it? You can have a good legal argument that actually goes nowhere because it doesn't have a good. It's not actionable, right? I guess that's the.
But I don't feel like this even is one.
Yeah. No, it's not. Sorry, I don't know if that made sense. I didn't fully articulate it, but
and maybe that also somehow relates to what Cameron has said here about law is based on spirit, not letter. So like there's bits of that are also pertinent to what you were saying, where you could you could have something that's to the letter makes sense, but in the spirit it doesn't. So either way, it's this Pisco needs to piss off.
I'm not saying that age is a suspect classification, but the test for
this whole then I'm just going to put you in another suspect classification. I don't know what the fuck that means, but if you're not going to explain it to me, then I'm not going to know anything about it. So
rational basis is there a legitimate state interest, and is it rationally related to that legitimate state interest? What would be this would fail rational basis review? This would be
I think this man just wants to talk. Just I think he should just have a video and just talk to himself.
Times it would fail rational basis review.
But wait,
what kind of legitimate interest would it be?
Isn't the rational basis explanation essentially done on viability? Isn't that the rational basis?
I'm not seeing the connection between that and the hypothetical age law.
I don't see how it would be rational.
What is it? Viability and hypothetical age law. What is the connection between those two things? I think that makes sense. I think that's quite easily connectable. Viability and age. Andrew?
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah.
I need you to enthusiastically say yes.
Yes. Yes.
You're right. Okay, he's Destiny Link isn't. Apparently that doesn't connect. No connection to
first place because the lowest discrimination basis that we have would not be rational basis
in the hypothetical age law.
I don't see how.
I don't see.
I have my camera off, so I'm just using the avatar and the mic setting. I have my. Oh, so that's why I'm not moving.
Oh, your mouth is just moving. Katru,
I can turn it on though. If it's distracting that I'm not moving.
Yeah, if it's freaking people out. Because then your tail will start swishing and your ears will flick.
All right. Hold on.
Because it's so cute when you go like this.
I'm going to disable the camera. Okay.
Okay, levels. Don't see how this relates to the hypothetical. Hypothetical age thing. Okay, wait, let's see, Cameron. Suspect classification in law refers to a class or group of individuals that meet certain criteria that suggest they're likely the subject of discrimination. Okay, cool. You see, that's great, and I can understand that, but the fact that they don't bring that up, it's like, okay, well, they're just too busy because they're too busy being lawyers at each other. Yeah, I guess it would be we would maybe be accusing someone of thinking that they are being so full of themselves by saying, "I just want to tell chat what that means." So, who knows? Okay, I feel like Andrew's gonna come back at some point. Don't see her age.
I'm here. I'm just, yeah. I'm just making the camera work and everything.
Just reveal your face.
Casual
face reveal is casual.
Basis in the first place because the lowest discrimination basis that we have would not be rational basis. It would be the next one up, intermediate scrutiny, which would be based on gender. I'm not aware of any equal protection questions that fall down to rational basis. It would be at least intermediate.
There's tons of them.
All of them. Eisenstadt, for example, which Eisenstadt was the case when they first tried to apply. Yeah, they first tried to apply contraception outside of the marital context. So this was like the step after Griswold. That case originally says, look, this law is making a classification between married people can use contraceptives, but unmarried people can't. Marriage is not a suspect classification, so we're going to apply rational basis. So they basically said there's no rational basis to prohibit unmarried people from having contraception versus contraception for married. You totally use rational basis in.
There is rational basis for where it fails. There's a bunch of cases known as rational that people have labeled rational basis with bite, rational basis with teeth. And I would argue that even though this is the lowest level of scrutiny, remember for the audience, for their sake. For suspect classifications, you're going to have strict scrutiny. That's the highest level of governmental interest needing to be shown and a narrow fit. If it's a quasi-suspect class,
I've just literally just said suspect classification versus rational basis side quest.
Sex, it's going to be intermediate scrutiny. That's what Nick referred to. And for non-suspect classifications, it's rational basis. That's the lowest threshold. We're going to give a lot of deference to the government. But even at that low threshold with age, what would be the legitimate purpose to discriminate in terms of age within over 60 for murder laws.
For specifically murder, which you're going to have a hard time finding a state interest in wanting to murder people.
Yeah, hold on, can we?
Which should make you less smug about abortion, love. It really should.
Stop using the term murder though, because that already is defined as.
Yeah, we should just say
you have to
killing.
say killing.
Yeah,
You
we
have
should
to
say.
There you go, Andrew. The difference between the murdering and the killing.
Totally.
So yeah, they do that little side quest, and Smug McLego Face is like, oh, you're gonna find it really difficult to find anybody who's gonna be okay with murdering after 60. It's like, how is that helping your case? Hey, God, murder. Because we had Lego Man. You're going to have a hard time finding state interest in wanting to murder people after 60. You're going to have a hard time interest in wanting to murder people over 60. And I can ask you, what about the state interest of people under however many days old? Okay, let's go.
Specifically murder, which you're
Look
gonna
how
have
smug this bitch is! I can't understand it!
a hard time finding a state interest in wanting to murder people.
Yeah, hold on, can we stop using the term murder though, because that already is defined as.
Yeah, we should just say
you have to
killing.
say killing.
Yeah.
Okay, Jen. Using the term murder, defined it, yeah, we could say it's killing. Okay. Oh, you mother.
Hey, how's it going?
There he is, and he's moving. Hey, Ty, what's up? I think. Okay, let's see. Hypersleep. Thank you. Let's see what she's saying. I think Pisco's point in bringing up equal protection is to argue that leaving it up to the states will ultimately lead to a ban in the whole US. You know what? That would actually make sense to me. That really would. Because that would be an argument of, okay, no, we can't leave it up. That's part of the argument of whether we should be leaving this up to the states or not, right? That would make sense to me if that was part of it. But he's not, like, you've had to make all of that do that work for him.
Which is strange, because, I mean, what is it? Most states, most states are blue states. I mean, or at least they have like heavy democratic, or let me just rephrase that, pro-choice voting blocks. So I don't understand why leaving it up. I mean, sure, there's like half the states have passed, now that it's been repealed, half the states have passed those abortion bans, right? But
you see, yeah,
and we might disagree that where exactly every place is drawing the line. I know there's like 6 states where it's like all the way up to 9 months, like right before, and then
there's where rape is not allowed. Like it's not allowed if it's rape.
Yeah,
like that. There's no rape exception.
There's no rape and incest exceptions. It's only medical intervention.
Yes,
exceptions.
That's insane.
And, so I mean,
acting as if a lot of the time, if you know what, with our friend over here, Lego, going, you'll find it hard to find people saying killing over 60, there's interest in, we should be, okay, I know state interest is a thing, but basically also just actual interest in a layman's term of like people being interested in killing children after the third trimester. How's about no? I don't think there are many. There are crazy lefties that will have that because they are like exactly like KT, where it's like they have to have it all or nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
That's because their whole argument hinges on all or nothing. But most people since like the 90s even, it was abortion is it was that whole rare, safe and legal whatever. Like that whole idea, it's mostly there. Even people that are pro-life still have that kind of we'll find that maybe within the first trimester or something like that.
Yeah.
There's that, but not this entire whole ass ban. And the people that are also pro-life, you will also find a lot more centrists when it comes to this. It's awkward.
I like Nick's argument. Not that I find it enjoyable or anything like that, but I think that it is a good legal standard. The proposal that Nick puts forth in this video. We'll get to it.
Oh, yeah, but also the thing of just literally the approach to abortion as freaking birth control is insane to me.
Yeah.
It really is. Wow.
And I'm willing to believe that it is rare by the numbers, but to suggest that the idea isn't popular, even let's say that it's not, it's not practiced, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the idea is popular online, in the general public. Even the idea that you could, right? Not that you would necessarily, but that you could.
But remember that
use it as birth control.
But remember, as part of the discussion with Katie was, why could you not? Why do you have to get it? Why can't you have it with this limit? Why can't you have it that way? Why does it have to be all the way to the end of pregnancy? Why is it like that? Why?
Yeah.
Why can't you take what is this?
Well, because what is it? Agency is chiefly important. Is you're removing the agency, you're removing the autonomy of the woman when you're not allowing her to take actions, which I think is really dumb, because we do that. We do that all kinds of places. Yeah, we do it all the time.
Like we said, you said listen, darling wants to have a private, or who is it? Somebody wants to have a private bank robbery. Okay, we have a lot of limitations on our autonomy, that we are not allowed to kill each other.
And the thing is that I think that it's. And maybe this is their point, right? This has always been their point, but they don't articulate it this way, is that it's consent. It's not autonomy. I would argue that 100% of pregnancies remove autonomy from the woman. At all times. They remove the autonomy. You have another person. Or rather, it's not that you have zero autonomy, it's just that you have compromised autonomy.
Mm-hmm.
100 all of the time. Every pregnancy,
darling.
You have compromised autonomy, and so really, what's being given and removed is consent to that compromise. And so, that's the argument. That's what's being debated.
Why can't I don't know. Why can't we use our energy on getting look, there's people like me who wanted their tubes tied when they were young and they couldn't get that. Why don't you just spend time on that? Why don't you spend time on better birth control? Something like that. Why should this be where you die?
Well, no,
why should this still be it?
The reason is because there are lots of women, and maybe it's small by percentage, right? But there are lots of women who, when they realize that they're not going to be supported by the father, right? That isn't going to result in them staying together, that they will seek an abortion. It may be low by percentage, but there are many, 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 many women who do this. That whether they do get pregnant intentionally or it happens on accident, once they figure out that the man isn't going to be in their life, they will abort. Seek an abortion.
It's very scary. That's not to say that I don't, because I mean the fact is it is irrevocable. Okay, I understand life, having a life. You don't want it. That for me, that's why it's like I don't want to get to that point, and I'm absolutely terrified of getting pregnant. That is okay. So I can understand their fear completely, but I don't understand how that's your go-to. But like you said, yeah. You still want to be able to have children. They still want to be able to have children they want to have the choice, and I'm all for that. It's just that why on earth would we go all the way to 9 fucking months? Jesus. To say hello. Hey Benjamin, can't stay recording my next audiobook. Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
So you're doing you're narrating it yourself? Not Hydra. Okay, wait. What does Tar say? Socially accepted to get an abortion. Okay, hold on. I knew a girl who was pro-abortion because the social standard for young, that was the social standard. She got pregnant and got one. She ended up killing herself a few months later, even though it was socially acceptable to get an abortion. She couldn't handle it mentally and emotionally. Exactly. You can't pretend it's not what it is. You can't pretend. And you know what? That scares me. That it's like, oh God, I wouldn't be able to do it then. I wouldn't be able to. I would be stuck with the child. That's what I would have to do. And that means I just better book my appointment at the gynae for next week so that I can get another implant thing. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that now we need to make it legal for me to kill the child.
Yeah.
That's not the solution. Okay. Soapbox. Let me get off that thing. Hey, can men talk about abortion issues because men can get pregnant now?
There you go. There you go.
You're allowed. Yes, well
100%.
done. Patrick, welcome. You can. This was in high school. I'm so sorry to hear that. Jeez, time. That's fucking insane. And in high school, you would have even more acceptance because it'd be like, no, don't ruin your life. Keep your education, whatever. You know? There's so many people that would be on board with that, but she knew it was alive. Yeah.
Can we stop using the term murder though, because that already is defined at.
Yeah, we should just say killing.
Say killing.
Yeah, we should say.
No, say homicide if you want, but why?
Homicide is more appropriate.
Philosophically, murder is literally defined as like the unjust or unprovoked killing. So,
yeah,
like,
but we're talking about. We're not talking about any factual circumstance where we're begging the question about something.
No, I know, but it's like saying like should the
law.
state be allowed to murder people in the case of execution? Well, we wouldn't consider that murder. Like it's taught a lot.
No. You're misunderstanding Destiny.
I think that he is right. I think Destiny's right there. What are you talking about, Pisco?
Murder is a legal definition, and the
Wait,
state
hold
would
on.
necessarily.
Is that Pisco is still sneaking something in to the conversation, and he doesn't want to give it up because his whole point is that we would not retroactively, like in all other circumstances, that this would be considered a homicide of somebody who is over 60. And then retroactively say no because the age is over the law. That it's like, was it like they sorry, my mind went to The Purge for a second. Like like they just don't have it. Like we basically depersonhood, dehumanize people after the age of 60, and so we can just do
Yeah.
whatever, that that kind of thing. It's like, no, that's not at all what we're talking about. We're talking about some kind of legal process, or that would allow a medical process for the killing of someone, the euthanizing of a person over 60 years old. That's what's being discussed. But
What is he
Pisco
sneaking in? Yeah.
is trying to sneak in this idea that we're just going around murdering people over the age of 60, and then because they're over the age of 60, we're legally justifying it. That's what he's trying to talk about. That's what he's trying to sneak in.
Yeah. No, Patrick's carrying on. Youth in Asia! Also, just by the way, okay, one more thing. The lamp in the corner is the most cucked furnishing ever. Somebody in chat said that. And you know what? I noticed that lamp of Pisco's earlier on, and I was like, that's a sad background. Like, look, mine's pretty sad too. It's got 2 toilets in it as well. But 2 cat toilets and a
I'm
toilet.
in the forest, so.
Yeah, you're fine. But this lamp that is Pisco's over here, it is the most cucked furnishing ever. I just landed reading that by mistake.
Necessarily be removing it from the definition of murder. Is it
Correct.
But we've got a fundamental issue here. We're talking about laws being restrictive, right? Like that's how we get to rational basis tests. Can someone do something to someone else? Or can someone be prevented from doing something? So murder, right, is a rational basis test. Does the government have an interest in preventing murder?
Okay, God, you see how... Oh, Nick, please just continue speaking. Speak.
Yeah.
He makes sense and shit. Fucking hell. Look at him go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nick's pretty awesome here.
In
this whole conversation, I mean, he speaks like a normal person.
Exactly, but he still makes very intelligent.
And he makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's not... He's not being
We've got a fundamental issue.
Murder is a legal definition, and the state would necessarily be removing it from the definition of murder. If it
Right.
But we've got a fundamental issue here. We're talking about laws being restrictive, right? Like that's how we get to rational basis tests. Can someone do something to someone else? Or can someone be prevented from doing something? So murder, right, is a rational basis test. Does the government...
So doing something is murder, right? Rational basis test. Murder is a rational basis test. And does the government have interest in preventing murder? Now he's saying preventing. It's not mandating. This was one of the best. That my cat toilets are hidden. I modeled my cam view after Kitteh setup. Chaos. Yay! I love your setup as well. And that like also you also have people that can just walk in and out. Does the government have an interest in preventing murder? You must have a light for your girlfriend for when you're alive. I've got a light. Not that it's Gordon pays attention to it anymore. He knows that I'm live because I'm talking a shitload. But yeah, there's a light. We initially had a light, so it's like the lights on means don't walk out in your underwear. So
that you need to put something on the left side, or wait, your right? Yeah, your left side. Yeah, you need to put something on your left side of just that, like your name, like you had that block. That has like your name. If you can have that overlay on your can you apply that?
No, it's only certain
overlays?
layouts. It's only certain layouts that it'll put the name. Why is it not showing it here? Does it do it here? Because remember, it was.
Yeah. Oh well, that one is good and restrictive. but we want to see more of them. We don't need to see
this
us.
one's interesting. That's with us just in the corners on top of it.
Mm-hmm. Picture in picture. Yeah, yeah.
But now, you see, why is it not showing our names? Because before it would. Is there a setting I'm not finding? Daisy. And the overlay goes across the whole page.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So.
That's what I was wondering is if overlays can be applied to sources and not the stream in general.
The stream, no. I think eventually there will, but not now. My cat.
Well, you can if you're routing it through the virtual camera. You can have.
Yeah, that's what I was doing before.
Or, I mean,
remember,
OBS.
I had my camera over when we did the watch party. I had my camera over. You guys had my face there, like you weren't allowed to enjoy the show without my miserable mug in your face. Telling you it.
Government have an interest in preventing murder. When they pass the statute, that's when the test is applied. But that isn't the question here. The question is a state required to pass a statute?
In the first instance, I would say no.
That's a completely different analysis.
The constitutional problem is not...
I hate the way it says constitutional. Oh, wow, Chinsia. That's a great argument.
Not having a murder statute. The constitutional problem is equal protection and failing to give equal protection under the law.
Well, let's say, okay, I'm curious for Pisco. Let's say that they were to pass a law saying you can murder anybody, or they would remove all the murder laws. Would that be okay?
Yeah, it would be okay, in my opinion.
Okay. So
you think that Constitution that wouldn't?
Oh my gosh.
I think it would be okay.
What? Under
why?
He agrees to that so readily. Under what?
Why?
Under what standard would that be okay? So, oh my gosh.
I feel like I'm chatting too much. No, Patrick, what do you mean?
No. Other people are not chatting enough. You're fine.
I've just been starting fights with her. Patrick, Jesus. Okay. Yeah.
If the liberty interest, you think that would be constitutional?
Seriously, what?
Not have.
I agree, Andrew, with your commentary. What? That's. Wait. Where is there? Do we have one?
Oh!
You like that? I like that one.
Oh!
I will send you to Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
Emotional damage.
Hey?
It's so great. It's so great.
Wait. Actually, this is it.
NANI?
That's it.
Yeah,
what? Crowd also had a lot from what I understand. Yeah, let's not go there.
The murder statute, the constitutional problem is equal protection and failing to give equal protection under the law.
Well, let's say, okay, I'm curious for Pisco. Let's say that they were to pass a law saying you can murder anybody, or they would remove all the murder laws. Would that be okay?
Yeah, it would be okay, in my opinion.
Okay.
Okay, and would it be? I would like you to explain why. So I'm gonna put Destiny's.
I mean, I understand. Now that I think about it, I do understand what he's trying to say, but I think it's still retarded.
Yeah, I think it's retarded for him to say it. The reason he's doing it that way is and not explaining is for the effect. Instead of going,
no, I mean, but like how he got there, right? How he got there is that prohibitions are abnormal, or they're extra, right? They have to be reasoned, right? But you can repeal laws, right? And then you're just operating on some kind of natural standard. So if we were to repeal laws, right? You could just repeal laws. It's fine. But I don't think so. I think that what is it? The Constitution guarantees stuff, right? So you couldn't repeal something that is upholding something that is guaranteed. No,
well, that's
unless I'm missing something.
No, I do think that's why he's saying it. He's saying Yes, because then it's either the states will, you can leave it to the states. He is that what he means as well? That he's okay with that? Because now wait, you said
No, he's not.
Who says
Because
it?
I mean, he's talking about just repealing the laws. We'll have to go let him play.
Yeah, let him. But I honestly think he's doing it for he lets it sit without explanation for effect.
Okay, I'm curious for Pisco. For let's say that they were to pass a law saying you can murder anybody, or they would remove all the murder laws. Would that be okay?
Yeah, it would be okay, in my opinion.
Okay, so
you think that would be constitutional? That wouldn't violate the liberty interest. You think that would be constitutional?
It's private action, isn't it? It's private. Does the government protect against private action? I'm sorry. Does the Constitution? There are some areas.
I
right,
see. I see what you're saying. So you're not talking about the act of. I was saying that the act of removing all the homicide laws would violate someone's liberty interest. That's state action.
The courts get to decide that.
The courts always decide. Yeah, every time when states repeal or pass a law, they're both state action.
Okay, I mean, I guess you guys are okay with reading a lot of stuff in the Constitution, which I guess we already agreed on.
Surely you agree that repealing a law can also be violative of the Constitution. Like if someone repealed.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
honestly, I do agree with that. But
yeah.
Well, but the question would be, if you were to repeal all murder laws, what part of the Constitution?
What part of the Constitution would be violated?
Yeah, what are you violating at that point?
I would say the due process right to life, but I think that's state action endorsing death.
Okay.
Okay.
Now they've taken it. Where Jesse decided to go meta again. That's all Jesse does. Just go meta. Because he's like, oh, well, the act of taking it would be unconstitutional. And it's like, I don't think that is the point. That's not what we're talking about here. That's not why he brought that up. That's not why Destiny made that hypothetical.
I mean, he's right technically, but it's not getting.
It's not getting us anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. He's bringing up relevant conversation topics, but they are kind of like subverting the point of this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, why are we so weird? There's no. They're relevant in that they're about law, but they're not. Yeah, like you said, they don't function. They don't bring this conversation forward.
Because this conversation also isn't supposed to be like a path forward enshrining abortion or a path to outlaw abortion.
Mm-hmm.
It is simply a discussion on the topic of kind of like the viability, the legality of Roe v. Wade. And yeah, just that's more or less it. And so a lot of I didn't think about it before, but you're absolutely correct. That a lot of the conversations that are arguments that Jesse is making are they're outside that scope.
Yeah, it's outside of the scope. It's like, cool. That's in, maybe you could have that conversation, but that is exactly it. I think Nick has said several times, like, that's out of the scope. Like, this is not the reason that Destiny brought it up at all. So, and of course, Pisco, who wants to also measure his dick, has to come and respond to Jesse in whenever Jesse brings something like that up. So yeah, it's act of repealing.
I don't really think of other fundamental rights that way, where it's protections.
They're not saying go out and murder people if they're repealing the murder laws. They're just saying we're not going to
punish you
for murdering, which I think is very different.
Yeah, this is kind of a digression. It's just meant to show you.
There we go.
There's a lot of complications in establishing personhood as a constitutional matter for fetuses, and it's one of the reasons why the court has not done it, and in fact has done the opposite. I think as a matter.
Okay, so that's great. Well done for picking out that it is a side quest. But I hope that you're taking us somewhere. And it doesn't seem like it, because he's just like, yeah, by the way, actually this even takes it, finishes this. He goes, it's not even part of this topic. He goes to another main topic and is like establishing and for establishing the personhood of fetuses, he's just like, it's highly it's a matter of constitutional law. It's complex. Why the law hasn't done this? Okay, and he says, in fact, the opposite of establishing
matter of constitutional law, you are a person, or at least you are a citizen when you're born.
Yes, and that's in the 14th.
Stug. Maybe I could get behind extreme late-term abortions for some. Yeah, great. To be fair, we haven't had any cases brought against the state for things like bail reform or other soft on-crime policies, which basically have resulted in a failure on the part of the state to prevent murder. Interesting. Don't know if you could bring such a case against the state or not, though. Hey, I wouldn't know. Sure, someone could try.
They specifically delineate the time that you become a citizen is at birth. They could have said you were a citizen 8 months into pregnancy, but they chose not to, and that's because the 14th Amendment
has not done it, and in fact has done the opposite. I think as a matter of constitutional law, you are a person, or at least you are a citizen when you're born.
Yes, and that's in the 14th Amendment. They specifically delineate the time that you become a citizen is at birth. They could have said you were.
Okay, so cool. You're a citizen at birth. 14th Amendment. Okay.
A citizen 8 months into pregnancy, but they chose not to, and that's because the state interest there is at the actual birth child.
I think that's a distraction, though, because citizenship is irrelevant to this question. Persons are protected by the 14th Amendment.
But no area of constitution. Talking about like a total aberration in constitutional doctrine. I can't think of a single case where the court is considering as a constitutional matter. I know there are laws where.
Oh, look at you saying the whole word constitution.
I agree with that. As a constitutional matter where the Supreme Court has held that it's weighing the state interest of the unborn child. They're weighing the state's interest in potential life. But
yeah, I want to be super clear. I'm not saying that the fetus is a person. I think it would be abjectly incorrect to say the fetus is a person.
So you cannot distinguish.
You cannot look at the fetus rights. They don't have any.
I would
see. That's what I mean by Jesse not agreeing with absolutely everything, because I don't know where Nick stands on it. I think he wouldn't all the way to saying it doesn't have rights. So yeah, but what color is this? Oh, Jesse's this color.
And sometimes the cat works just great, and other times it's like twitching up a storm.
What's it doing?
Oh, nothing now. I think I've got it going good right now. But like just before this, it was all freaking out. It's all kinds of freaking out. Which is also sort of an advantage of the turning off the camera, is that I don't have to. Oh, it's an idea I hadn't thought of. Nothing. Never mind. It was just like sometimes that like the mouth tracking is just horrible, and so it's like my mouth and sometimes my face in general is just like going crazy. I'm not sure why that is.
It's your processing. It's picked something up.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, I can see because there's this like little window that shows what the camera is actually looking at,
It's
and then it
watching.
has
Yeah.
like the white dots on my
Mhm.
face to see what I can see what it's tracking, and like
Could
my
you
mouth
put
is
dots on your
closed.
face to help it?
No. That would be great, but no. But I'm like looking at it. I'm looking at the like where like if I have my mouth shut,
Mhm.
sometimes the dots that are around my mouth will just be going crazy for no reason at all. I'm like, my mouth is just stationary, not moving. My lips aren't doing anything. They're closed. But like the dots that are like controlling the mouth movements are like just freaking out.
Is there a minimum requirement for the kind of webcam? Because maybe is your
No.
like,
I
the
mean,
webcam?
I understand what you're saying,
Mm.
but I actually have the best webcam you can buy. The only upgrade I can make is to buy. You know what's weird
Better computer.
is that the webcam, or not the webcam, the camera on an iPhone is actually the best camera you can get. So if you if I bought an
Use a cam
iPhone
link. Yeah.
and then connected it to my computer and ran it through the
That's the only way.
tracking software, that
Mm.
would be an improvement. But like, I'm not gonna drop $1,000 on an iPhone or like $2,000 or
And you don't even know if that would help.
just for this. Yeah, and I don't know that it would be like, you know, if I'm getting minimal improvement from that, it's like, no, thank you. I'm not gonna drop that much money on a minimal improvement.
Patrick says you're gonna dress as a man cat with little ears and whiskers. That's what Gordon's doing. You can't do that.
I don't see what. Yeah.
And he's doing it now.
Yeah.
He's already dressed up for me.
Would submit that you cannot distinguish.
I mean, the fetus does
Look, he did the side thing. Come on.
have rights. I mean, they have since the 1400s. Fetuses have had rights.
No, states have had interests in. States have had interests in fetuses.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. If you if you have a fetus in a womb, right?
Oh, here we go. Nick's getting. Phew. Okay, fetuses that have rights. So then Nick is like, oh, by the way.
They do have rights in a limited capacity. It's just about how far do those considerations go. Because they have rights, because they have some property rights, does that mean that they are, does that open the door?
I've been making improvements to my setup, Andrew. I got a new mic and I got a new camera and a desk. All I need is a keyboard. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw you in the keyboard cult.
Yeah.
Starting to get into it. Hello, Daisy. I'm sorry, Mommy. I'm sorry. I'm not giving you all the love. Okay.
If you have a fetus in a womb and the parent both parents die, right? So you have fetuses in the womb, both parents die, and they're able to posthumously remove the fetus and keep it alive. It has a succession interest in all property as if it were a born child, and it had that right from the time it was conceived.
When is the interest?
Okay, so there it was the hypothetical of. Extracted from dead mother. Post. I don't know how to spell it. Posthumously.
Posthumously.
Yeah, there we go. What is it? Is it taking that out and saying that's fine? From mother. Both parents dead. Had inherent.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he should definitely get that keyboard. It would be good for him. The C
What the shot, the one that
C2?
he's the picture.
First vest,
Yeah.
though, isn't it?
What
Once
about
it's
the
removed?
time of conception?
Wait,
No,
can I
really?
wait? Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question to test that? Would it ever
C1,
be? Because
yeah.
here's what I would be interested in: has there ever been a case where you have a fetus that's 4 or 5 months along, and then the mother starts doing drugs or something to damage the fetus? Does the state have, or does the fetus have the right? Are there like criminal charges against the mother?
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Okay, so nice there from Destiny as well. Just taking the part of the person just questioning things that are occurring. I don't feel like this takes a certain time. It's a genuine question that makes positions more understandable. So,
Yeah, that is one of Destiny's strengths.
where charges against for you can hear different kinds of keyboards. You can hear Andrew's is ticky ticky ticky. I think mine's what
you can.
What's yours? Yeah, mine's
Here.
thunkier or something.
Yeah, it's thockier.
Thunkier.
You can hear this though.
Yeah, what's that?
This is my Alice.
Ooh, how's it going with that?
Oh, I love
learning
it.
to talk.
No,
do
it's
you think-
actually way natural now.
Mm.
I feel scrunched up when I type on a regular one.
Oh, that's cool. I can have jump forward against her for. Oh yes, I was as okay. So I need to start buying for the PC build, and technically, am I stupid or I mean I didn't go and look further, but you would expect the case to be the first thing you buy. This is what you put stuff in.
Yeah.
Does it make sense? As the first thing I buy to be my case?
Yeah.
It's what I mount everything on. Okay.
Right.
Okay. I thought I don't know. I second guess everything.
Why? I mean, you could buy it at. As long as you're doing what do you call it? If you're waiting till you buy everything to assemble anything, then it doesn't really matter. But
yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, I would buy the case first.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Or rather, actually, no, that's not right.
Oh no.
I would buy the what's on sale / what is limited quantity.
Okay.
But I don't think you have anything on your list that is that, so I would just buy the case first.
Yeah.
Because then you have like a goal. You say like, I have the thing.
Yeah.
Now, if you're buying it before you move, buy maybe the smallest stuff first, so it's easier to transport.
Yeah, I mean it's okay. So it will be like a 45-minute drive, but
still, a case is kind of big. If you're gonna buy a smaller box of stuff.
Yeah, so I'm thinking I should probably, I don't know, I suppose just so that I can at least buy something and say this is what we've got for, for the build, guys. We've taken the first step. I don't know what it'll be, but I guess it won't be the case then.
You should buy the graphics card.
The graphics card. That'll be the most expensive.
Well, you got the money. JMac has donated enough money to pick up the.
No. The
Because what is it?
Okay, now you see how we get distracted.
Oh well, maybe not. I don't know. It's like 32. It's 3220. So.
Yeah, those are over.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, hello, my baby. It's my birthday on Saturday, so I could also.
Oh, that's true.
Gordon
yeah. No, it's almost 900.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Daisy. And for me, 900 is Jesus. Wow.
No,
Yeah,
no, it's
that's-
3220 is what I was saying.
Yeah, so that's
For the graphics card.
yeah, for the graphics card, and that's $900.
It's nearly. It's 870 US, but it's I'm looking at the wish list right now, and so yeah, it's 3220 on Amazon for you, and then but the case though, I mean, or you could get the case is 684. The
Those are kind of doable.
the motherboard
big
is
chunks.
8. Yeah, the motherboard is 835, so that might be more doable.
We'll have
Or
a look.
the RAM, it's one stick, but you would buy two, so it's almost 600. It's like 580 for two. You would want two sticks of
Or do we buy the capture card? No, but no. If
you could buy the capture card. You could.
Did you see the capture card though? Okay, so the
That's
capture card, that would be that external capture card, right?
Yeah.
But the other capture card that other people use is that internal.
Internal.
One.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, that's fun nerdy talk. Let's get into different kind of nerdy talk. Let's get back into this. But yeah, sorry, it was just exciting. I was excited to talk about it. I second guess a lot of things. Vincent says after a lot of the time mostly after I do the thing. Same. Check your clock. Yes, Andrew does know his stuff.
I know enough to get me into trouble. I always am double checking with people who know more than me. But yeah, I could put together a list, or you could even just post something in the PC channel.
Master race, yeah.
And then there's lots of people there. Well, there's a few people there at least that are very helpful.
Yeah, just go there.
Me being one of them, and we could just help you out on what's available, what's affordable, what kind of specs you want.
Mm-hmm. Do it. Hey, Patrick, just in case. On the Discord, Patrick is an OG on the Discord now. Okay, let's see where we go with
there's tort cases where the child brings a case based on the action done by the mother while they were in the womb. I believe there are criminal laws that prevent individuals and actually can charge you with a crime for endangering the life of the unborn child.
Yeah, there absolutely are. But to be clear, that's different than the fetus having a right. A state can let me drive on the road. That doesn't mean I have the right to drive on the road. Just because the state lets a post-born fetus, a baby, sue after they're born does not mean that they would have had the right to sue.
Well, you can also look at when they are allowed to sue. It is once they are a birthed child. They can't sue while in the womb.
Yeah, presumably.
Well, a state presumably could let them if they want.
Well, so then here's
look at this.
I know, hold on, we're getting into crazy.
Yeah, you see? Thank you, Destiny.
Without a difference, because just because the federal government doesn't recognize a particular right doesn't mean the right doesn't exist. States are allowed to recognize rights that go beyond the federal government's recognition of rights. The federal government the Constitution is just the minimum bar.
So when there's states that have different views of what this right that you're saying is, this right to the fetus having a personhood with rights, when those states come in conflict, then how
when does it matter of U.S. constitutional law?
Yeah, like how do you not make it a federal problem at that point? Like why would states get to choose that?
Okay, if I understand it correctly, why would two states come into conflict? The states are separate yet united. So, okay, if they come into conflict, then yes, then it is something for the higher courts, I suppose. But it's none of each other's business when they're separate states. That's what I would expect.
Conflicts among the states don't matter. It's only if it's a conflict with the federal government.
But like, we're analyzing the United States Constitution. Yeah. We're analyzing with respect to the U.S.
Is that really what you're doing? You're analyzing whatever the fuck comes to mind, honestly. you're really not on any sort of track here.
Federal Constitution, and there could be, as I think rightly said by Jesse, there could be privileged or even rights extended by state governments. But the question is, as a matter of U.S. constitutional law, is it proper for the court to consider and weigh the rights of not the state in the potential life, which is what Roe says and what Casey says, but the interest of the fetus itself, which it never has done. As a matter
of the Alito opinion doesn't go that far either. The Alito opinion doesn't do that either. Get close to it. Yeah.
But again, I all the hand waving aside, I presented to you a place where the fetus has rights. The fetus has had property rights since the 1400s, and you can say, well, they don't get to vest those rights until they're born. No, that's not true. They have the rights. The rights are vested. They can't take possession because it's physically impossible for them to do so until they are outside of the womb. There's no way to give a baby something that is inside a womb that is physical and outside of it, but the right exists and is fully vested from the moment of conception going back to the 1400s. We don't get to hand wave that away and say, well, but they don't have that right because it's inconvenient for the argument.
Boom, bitch, get out the way. Nick,
yep.
Okay, so you say yes. Okay, great stuff.
Yeah. Because that was Pisco's whole argument before, right? He was like, "No, this is inconvenient. I don't like it. It gets in my way, so we're not going to consider it."
I like that because the word vested is very important.
I'm glad that Nick articulated that.
Yeah, and very well. Like the hand waving away. He says like hand waving. He's like. Can't hand wave this away. You can't hand wave this away. You get, so yeah, it's not. He's saying like it's not physically possible for the fetus to take position of the outside the womb. The rights. Yeah, yes, right. And conception. Can't ignore this case of yes, boy, Nick.
Did you catch the secret?
It's not.
Oh, sorry. Did you catch the secret EFAP this morning?
No.
Or rather, afternoon for you.
No.
It was about
I was in
4
a
o'clock.
meeting.
Oh, it was about 4 o'clock your time. They started just unprompted Golem EFAP, and there's not going to be one this weekend.
Oh, okay. I saw Mola was streaming something. I saw that.
Yeah, it was an EFAP. I woke up and I was like, wait a minute, they're streaming, and then bam.
You had a notification.
Yeah. I caught the end. It was funny.
Listen, Vincent, same. I'm also trying. I just make jokes. The lawyer stuff is crazy. I used to call fetus landlords. Yes, remember the fetus landlords.
Hey,
not a potential life. It's not a future interest. It's a present interest.
Hi.
Who is it?
Stanley.
Who's the puppy?
Hi. Stanley. Hi.
And it's been there forever.
Abortion is unconstitutional, isn't it?
Wait, actually, wait. Can I want to ask one testing. I want to ask one testing question for for Nick there, because I'm kind of curious of that. Okay, hypothetically, I don't know how inheritances would work, but like, let's say that you have a brother who's second in line to inherit everything, and then you've got a child who is first in line to inherit everything. Using like the fetal example that you just gave, let's say that you and your wife are killed in a car accident. Wife is pregnant. There is a 6-month-old fetus. Now you're saying that that fetus, in and of itself, has the right to that inheritance, but it seems like other people in here are saying, well, that right only crystallizes once it's become a birthed person. So once it's like surviving on its own or whatever. So let's say that they get into the car accident. The fetus is taken out of the mother. Maybe it survives for like a week or two, but then it dies. Does that, the death of that fetus, does he now have an estate that inherited everything from the father and mother? Or does the brother of the father, who is second in line, does he get it? Like, did the fetus actually inherit anything there? Or did his inability to crystallize as a person make it so that he's not even considered one, and then the property goes to the brother of the husband?
I would expect it to be an admin issue.
No, it goes to the fetus.
Yeah, it goes to the fetus and then from the fetus to the brother.
Well, I mean, it's however the estate is dueled out. I mean, if they have a
otherwise it would be
will, but
yeah,
it's
it's still to them. Yeah,
it's the same as if the fetus was the child was born.
Yeah, it is for me. That's what I would say.
That's what Nick is going to articulate, I believe.
That's what I would expect. But for me, when I say admin issue, I mean literally, does it have a birth certificate? Did it have a personhood?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, is it registered? So, inheritance scenario. Child does the uncle somehow that's going to help us.
We're going to go deep into my property law memory here, but
Sure.
it's
these are like Robert had.
Well, because my feeling intuitively, I would agree that it seems like he probably needs to be a birth person before he actually gets an inheritance. So that's what I feel. But yeah, go ahead.
Most states have dealt with this issue.
Yeah, well, the way you're saying that, the way that Destiny is saying that is as if he's never going to be. He died a certain, like if he died 2 hours later, maybe I can understand, but you're saying when he becomes a birth person, it's like, well, when is that? Doesn't it depend then?
And this isn't just a fetal issue. This is an issue with succession in general and inheritance, but they consider contemporaneous death to be within like a 90-day window of time. So if this applies in husband and wife deaths all the time, because if a husband passes away and the wife passes away within 30 days, it's considered contemporaneous or simultaneous death. And so then the estate doesn't pass from the husband to the wife.
Oh, wow.
It passes then instead straight to the children. And that doesn't mean that the wife didn't have an estate or have a present interest in the rights at the time that she was still living.
Yeah, so it's the point is moot. It doesn't matter.
Living, it just means that it makes things a lot cleaner for the states to go ahead and bypass that based on a timeline, because probate takes a really long time as is, and passing it from person to person to person gets really, really complicated.
Sure, and I can understand that.
For everybody's
wait, hold on.
Oh, fuck off, Jesse. Clarify for everybody's benefit? No, it's just to show what you know about something. Contemporaneous or simultaneous death. Ish days, I'll say ish days. Not to say it doesn't mean, oopsie, doesn't mean child wouldn't have. means they pass. Okay, cool, fine. Now let's see what Jesse's got to say. Fuck.
Within 30 days, it's considered contemporaneous or simultaneous death. And so then the estate doesn't pass from the husband to the wife. It passes then instead straight to the children. And that doesn't mean that the wife didn't have an estate or have a present interest in the rights at the time that she was still living. It just means that it makes things a lot cleaner for the states to go ahead and bypass that based on a timeline, because probate takes a really long time as is, and passing it from person to person to person gets really, really complicated.
Sure, and I can understand that, but just wait, hold on real quick. This is a very interesting hypothetical. So just
no, he's decided it's very interesting. So shut up, everybody.
I'm gonna ask one more.
I mean, it is his show.
This is an out there question, okay? But like, let's say that I had some family members that I really fucking hated. I really don't want my brother to get some shit, or I've got a sister or whatever, but I don't have the heart to tell him, okay? Because I'm a pussy. I'm non-confrontational.
Well, Destiny, this is not moderator stuff now. Now he's just asking for fun. Honestly, this is a very interesting hypothetical. Okay, cool. Destiny, what's your very interesting one? Got a sister.
Like, could I theoretically do like some in vitro fertilization where I have an egg somewhere and then me and my wife die, but I've got a trigger to go implant that into somebody else, and now that fetus is like inheriting property rights, like by virtue of being like a fetus living thing? That, because that's just a hard concept for me to wrap my head around.
No,
Has there ever been a fetus with an estate before, ever? Like,
come on, Destiny. Really? Oh, I could theoretically take some in vitro. I wouldn't put it past someone, honestly. Of a sister, whatever, I can, and I have a heart to tell that I don't like the person. I'm not confrontational. So basically, hypothetical 2, another hypothetical. Have basic trigger. And then me and my wife die. Sterilization. When me and my wife die. So that guy I don't like doesn't get my inheritance, doesn't get my estate. Like, he's gonna write this. This is the next season of Succession. Okay, fetus is like inheriting the property. Jesus Christ. Okay. Is there a case? Just by virtue of it being a fetus. God.
Yeah. I mean, you would have to.
Just by being a fetus.
No, I think it has to be. Like, yeah, no, I don't know. This is crazy.
A fetus living thing. No,
it was past.
Yeah. But
I think, what is it? We should not be arguing edge cases at this point. That doesn't serve this conversation well. This is
bad moderation.
We should be arguing for what is the middle of the road.
Yeah, he's fucking around.
You can outline, once you've defined what the middle of the road is, you can outline where the edge cases are, but you have to start with the middle of the road. Find the middle of the road before you find the edges.
Yeah.
Like inheriting the property rights like just by virtue of being like a fetus living thing, that because that's just a hard concept for me to wrap my head around. Like, has there ever been a fetus within a state before ever? Like, say it was past the 90-day limit of when the 2 people died, so you don't have it all like wrapped into one like event. Like the concept of a fetus, you're essentially saying that a fetus can have an estate. There could be like the estate of a dead fetus, right?
Theoretically, sure.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so okay, got it.
Thanks for that. That's fascinating, Tails.
I think that you get into really wishy-washy territories when you think of this concept of, well, you can have a property interest, and technically I could have my hypothetical grandchildren can have a potential interest in my estate, even though they're far removed from being born right now, right? If I write my will that says I want to leave my estate to my grandchildren, that is completely fine under property laws. But that doesn't mean that my hypothetical grandchildren, who aren't even conceived yet, would have some interest or some rights that the United States Constitution has given them.
Well, but he's saying that right exists.
He checked the guy's name. He checked it. He checked Lego's name.
The Constitution doesn't give rights, but the moment they're conceived, they would acquire that interest. That's where it goes from a future interest to a present interest.
Well, let's talk about the constitutional implications of what this means. This presumably means.
Yeah, let's just not talk about what Lego wants to talk about, because Lego's trying to have some sort of. He just shook his head at Nick.
Yeah,
grandchildren.
He just
who
wants
aren't even
to own.
conceived yet,
Nick, yeah.
would have some interest or some rights that the United States Constitution has given them.
Well, but he's saying that right exists in
Constitution,
right?
The Constitution doesn't give rights, but the moment they're conceived, they would acquire that interest. That's where it goes from a future interest to a present interest.
He just shook his head like, okay, thank you. The real question is, has a fetus ever owned slaves? And did it happen in America? Slaves in America? Don't be ridiculous.
Well, I mean, this argument being used to inherit property during slavery days back, before 1865. I mean, theoretically.
Yes.
But no. Yeah, I imagine not.
Fetuses are so racist. Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
The racistest. Especially the white fetusize.
Well, let's talk about the constitutional implications of what this means. This presumably means that a law that recognizes the right to abortion in any state, or indeed the federal government, that would be unconstitutional. If unborn fetuses are rights holders, the states.
Here it is. Here he is again saying that this. You see, if you give them rights, that means that abortion is unconstitutional. Yes,
yeah.
We know.
Yeah. It's like, he's complaining. It's like, but if we give them rights, then we can't kill them. That's his whole argument. That is like, but
he's doing it again. Yes, we exactly. So here we go. I'm gonna do a main topic again for Pisco. Let's look at the constitutional. What did he say? Implications. Constitutional implications of what this means. Laughing at Patrick again. Constitutional implications. Tell us exactly the same thing.
Darling's tired.
Affirmative rights to abortion. Those laws would be unconstitutional because
we're almost done, darling.
Denying due process of law with respect to the right to life. Fair.
No, you're not denying due process of law. They can have a due process. They can absolutely have
They're allowed to just kill people for no reason?
No.
Would it be for no reason?
It would be a due process. Sorry.
Yeah,
No, that's it. That's what happened. He does say it. Okay. Children are on board.
State or indeed the federal government, that would be unconstitutional. If unborn fetuses are rights holders, the states that pass affirmative rights to abortion, those laws would be unconstitutional because you're denying due process of law with respect to the right to life. There.
No, you're not denying due process of law. They can have a due process. They can absolutely have a
You're allowed
a
to just kill people for no reason?
Okay. Oh my god. Okay, right holders, the form of the right support, those laws will be unconstitutional. If what he's saying is, if fetuses have rights, hold rights,
then it would violate their 14th Amendment. Yeah, if they hold right, it would. Yeah, abortion would violate their 14th Amendment. Yeah, then abortion would.
The 14th Amendment.
Yeah. And Nick was saying no. The 14th Amendment allows for a due process, so you would just need to articulate what that due process is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if hold rights abortion would violate the 14th Amendment, so then he's like, no, so Nick's like, yeah. Process they could still have. It would not. You just need to define. You just need to define what processes do. Good. Okay.
Would it be for no reason?
Yeah,
if the states can create all sorts of structures that don't mean that you go to court, right? Like, for example, just
here we go with
way out
Obama.
there, but it's meaningful. We have a due process built into drone striking American citizens on foreign soil, right? Like Obama did this. Drone strikes an American citizen on foreign soil. He didn't get court. He didn't get, he didn't have his Miranda rights read to him before the drone missile hit him. We allow due process to exist when the state has created a process that is considered due. That's
so Nick,
basically.
Do you believe that due process is purely just following the right procedures? Then, do you think there is a substantive?
It literally
It has to
is.
be.
Now, whether those procedures are sufficient, of course, remains a question for the court. But once the court has determined them to be sufficient, then following
basically, if it's you need to click your fingers 3 times, and that's the due process, that's the due process.
Yeah.
If the court has decided it, that's what has to happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's absurd that he's even asking that question the way he's asking it, because, yeah, I mean, that's how due process works, is that you follow the procedure and then you've fulfilled due process. And just like Nick said right afterwards,
you can
whether or not that process is sufficient is a different question. But, sorry. I'm circling.
What? No, you're not. In foreign countries.
Well, I was about to circle, I should say.
Need court.
I have a boss. I have a boss who will state one thing and take 15 minutes to say it because he has to circle around the same thing 3 or 4 times. And it's like, he's a nice guy, and I don't want to. He's a nice guy, and he cares about the people under him, but. It's like I got it, 5 minutes ago, or I got
You're
it.
like, kind of want to go,
and I just kind of.
You okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether the process is sufficient. Can be argued. What just do?
Patrick, was that Next Generation? Was that a Next Generation episode?
process is the due process right. And it's written into the term. It is a process that is due, whatever that process may be.
With respect, Nick, you cannot, for an individual for a born person in the United States who hasn't...
Okay, saying with respect is one of the most disrespectful things you could ever say. So don't fucking with respect me, you cunt.
Committed a crime.
Process is the due process right. And it's
I was going to just say is that it's in the way you phrase it, right? You don't, kind of like saying in my opinion. It's like you don't need you don't need to say in my opinion. The form that your argument takes will decide whether or not you're being subjective or objective. By stating that, especially in the way that Pisco did, by stating that it's like with due respect. I mean, he's basically saying, it's like when you, like the same kind of thing where you you insult somebody and then say no respect or no offense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, rather be saying like I'm sorry if that's offensive.
Yeah.
Right. That's what you mean when you say no offense.
Yeah. Disrespect also, incoming.
Yeah, it's like saying, hey, with respect, this entire fuck you that I'm gonna try and hit you on the head with, it's with respect, totally. Like, we all know what it means. Nobody, it doesn't lighten anything.
It's written in efficient, of course, remains the process due, whatever that process may be.
With respect, Nick, you cannot, for an individual for a born person in the United States who hasn't committed a crime, you cannot just, no matter how many procedures you give them, you can't send them a notice to be like, this is your notice of termination, we're going to kill you. You're going to be able to come to court, but you don't really have a substantive claim. We just, you can raise issues about whether or not you're the right person. You can raise issues about whether or not you're given the proper procedure, but we're just giving you a notice that your due date for death is in 3 years. That's not allowed in the United States, and you would agree, wouldn't you, that that would be a deprivation of liberty under the 14th Amendment, wouldn't you?
Again,
for a born person.
I'll turn your question back on you.
We do it in America. I mean, we don't do it in that way, right? And what he's suggesting is that there is literally zero reason for this person to die, but there's literally zero reason for this person to die, and they just kind of like randomly pull their name out of a hat and say, "Oh, we're today," like kind of like jury duty, It's like, but instead of sitting on a court case, you are just going to die. No, that kind of thing doesn't exist. You're right. Pisco is right about that. However, he's failing to notice about all the times that we do have a due process that allows for the termination of people.
Yeah.
This would be a kind of an expansion on that, and it would be
performative stupidity.
Yeah. He just can't envision it. It's just so outside of his normal frame of reference that he is. It's also the reason why he was bringing up the whole murder, and then after the fact we are calling it legal.
Yeah.
It's just so out. He doesn't want to, and he's
not taking He's not taking the point that Nick is saying.
I think part of it is I think part of it is just beyond him.
Where is that in the Constitution?
He just.
I would say
he's saying would be okay.
I agree that I would say that's totally unconstitutional as a violation of your 14th Amendment right.
Like, he went and did this whole thing. He should have taken, here are the principles that, or here are some points that Nick has made, and he needs to line those up against a different example to show that they don't work. But that's not what he's doing. He just brings up this other example.
Actually, no, he should have done what Nick did just now. Nick, instead of making an argument on why Pisco is wrong, he should have just asked a question. Nick asked, where is that? Right? If Pisco had asked Nick, to elaborate further, then he wouldn't have had to say, have this performance of being, this is just so obviously wrong on its face. It's completely crazy what you're suggesting. I mean, he didn't say those words, but that's the mode of what he's suggesting, is that Nick is just not... He's arguing in favor of something that's unconstitutional. That's what...
Yeah, he's like, look how crazy this man is.
Of liberty under the 14th Amendment, wouldn't you?
Again,
for a born person.
I'll turn your question back on you. Where is that in the Constitution?
He just.
I would say
he's saying would it be okay?
I agree that I would say that's totally unconstitutional as a violation of your 14th Amendment right, or Fifth Amendment with respect to the federal government, to life, your substantive right to life.
So you think that the government could not come up with some sort of process by which you could go, and a court could determine that they could put an expiration date on you, like that? I think
that would be totally unconstitutional. Yeah,
with
an expiration. Do you think an expiration date not based on any criminal punishment would be constitutional?
Wait, hold on, just so that I understand what's being said. Are you guys talking about an expiration date that would be carried out by the state or through private action?
By the state.
Okay,
the
just
government comes and says everyone dies
question.
at age 60, and no one gets to live past age 60. Is that
it goes through both houses?
I wonder what he thinks of MAID.
Oh, you must. Yeah, I wonder actually, because he did say it's he's totally against that. He seems like he's against euthanasia. It's very weird.
They sign it. The governor signs it. Due process. And is that allowed?
If no,
I don't think they're also not understanding that Nick is doing this as a hypothetical as well. He's doing this as an exercise to say, okay, if we can take this through and put in due process that makes it like legal for us to have euthanasia, that there's due process for this to happen.
Yeah.
But then again, oh no, not even. The basis of this whole huge hypothetical was whether they could legally, technically, get it to the point where the state can put you down at a certain age. That's what it's a thought experiment.
Well, I mean, age was the benchmark, but yeah, that was his benchmark. But Nick is suggesting that we would be able to prioritize the rights holder or the mother. We would be able to prioritize the mother's rights over the unborn child's rights. And Pisco just can't conceive of that, so he wants, and he's coming from the perspective that we have to have abortions, so we're going to avoid all of this by denying that unborn children have any rights, even though Nick has demonstrated that there are circumstances in which they do have rights.
Yeah. And his whole endeavor should be to explain why they shouldn't have. So that's fine. And that nobody is asking for, it doesn't have to be something that has happened. This can be a concept he can bring in.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to make an argument that is concrete now, but he still sits on Roe versus Wade and kind of saying that that's okay, and the privacy and whatever.
No one gets to live past age 60. That becomes a really interesting question, doesn't it?
I saw this movie called Midsummer where people jump off of.
Do you think that's constitutional?
Do I? God, I fucking hope not.
But why?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, we're not doing moral arguments here, right?
No, legal. I'm doing legal.
Yeah. You hope it's not constitutional. That's purely legal.
Well, no, that's not a purely legal question. I hope lots of things are not constitutional that may actually be constitutional on moral principles.
I understand that moral, and I'm not letting moral dictate where I'm going.
Like I said, it becomes
it is definitely
everybody, doesn't it?
No, because he's determined that the correct moral answer is. He's determined that the correct moral answer is to allow abortions.
Oh yes, that's what I mean.
That's why he's blocking all of these other ideas.
No, literally,
he said we can't consider them.
If we go to the summary of what I just from what they were basically saying, right? they want abortion rights, so the bad law aspects get glossed over. That's basically it. I wrote this afternoon. I said that because that's just it. It's just we can have all these bits of talking about law, but the moral part of it is he wants abortion rights. They want abortion rights. They want it to be a right. So, yeah. Okay, because Nick's whole thing was it's bad law. He hasn't even stated where he is on abortion really, to a full extent. He's just said that Roe versus Wade, because that's what the question was: is what is, what is Roe versus Wade, and should it be up to the states? And it seems like he's saying it should be. So if we go back to our main map, basically answer. Okay, I'll go for another 5 minutes, and then we'll have a look at what it looks like, and then this is
memes and stuff.
Well, yeah, if there are memes, Nico's not around. Yeah. You've got some.
Well, no, I didn't. I had some keyboard ideas for you.
Okay, we can look at that. We can fuck around. Okay, Daisy, you ready?
Okay. Don't know. Do you?
I think it's unconstitutional, and I'm willing to say
so.
Yeah, but where? From where? Where does the unconstitutionality come from?
The 14th Amendment has a substantive component, and part of that liberty is the government not killing you without a reason.
Where?
Well, but couldn't they theoretically
That's
provide...
not in the 14th Amendment.
Couldn't they
Yeah, sure it is. It's in the same place that, your right to be free from government intrusion with respect to all the implied rights that you agree with, Nick. You agree with implied rights. So
it existed a common law.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Okay, hold on. Interesting hypothetical. Now I'm curious, right? Could this, since you said that this is just age, right? This isn't like it's not like a strict basis or whatever, right? It's not under strict scrutiny, right? Because it's not.
There's no equal protection.
Yeah. So then let's say it literally was like the state interest was we spend a whole bunch of money on shit like Medicare. If we kill people over the age of 60, like now we have an interest because of the administration of these programs or whatever. Could you theoretically, would that be constitutional?
If there was no fundamental right, that would be sufficient, right? But if there's a fundamental right, it's a higher level. It's a strict scrutiny analysis, and that's what we're talking about here.
No.
In the context of no fundamental right.
Isn't your answer supposed to be that if there was no fundamental right, then that would be true, but there is a fundamental right? But Nick, now he's just saying
that's what he said. No, that's what he
went back to the if. He went back to the if.
Oh, okay, you're right.
He went if because again. So look.
Well, he said if because he has. You're right. He should be saying you're right. No, he should be saying there is. But he's saying if because he's proposing it before answering the question. Even though he's already answered the question. So you're right. Yeah. He should be saying there is.
And I'm wondering if he's saying if again because Nick has said where is it? where is this right?
Destiny would be absolutely right. Rational basis, we spend a lot of reason at level. It's just
the administration of these programs or whatever. Could you theoretically, would that be constitutional?
If there was no fundamental right, that would be sufficient, right? But if there's a fundamental right, it's a higher level. It's a strict scrutiny analysis, and that's what we're talking about here.
Yes. What are we talking about here?
In the context of no fundamental right, Destiny would be absolutely right. Rational basis, we spend a lot of resources on 80-year-old people, so that's a legitimate, aim of government is to lower expenses.
Okay, now's the time when you say there is
it's rational basis, but in order to strike it down, you'd have to think that there is a fundamental right, that's separate and apart from the procedures. And I want an answer to that question.
I want an answer as to where's the right, like Nick has asked you.
I can foresee a dystopian future in which certainly no, but I mean we laugh, but who knows? Like I'm not a big climate change person, as people could probably infer, but let's say that climate change becomes some catastrophic thing, and there's a general consensus that at a certain point humans become more wasteful and damaging to everybody around them than at a prior point. So we say, okay, 60 years old, I don't know, they take too many medications and they start farting too much. Methane is a big problem, and we've got to stop it. We can't stop the cattle, so we got to stop the people.
Yeah.
So therefore, we come up with some reason in which the government has
we could limit the
not
cattle
only
by
a rational basis
Mhm.
test, but they could potentially pass strict scrutiny. I'm not positive that so long as the application of it was completely equal, that it's unconstitutional as a legal matter.
Would it be strict scrutiny or would it be rational basis? That's the question. I agree.
Even if it's strict scrutiny, there's possibility that the government can actually meet that burden.
Not now.
But it couldn't now.
No, what he's saying hypothetically.
When has he ever fucking said now? You guys are so full of shit. Listen to him.
Like, let's say
I
we
know.
could prove
But
every
everyone here
scientist
agrees.
knew that like it will cause catastrophic climate change. So you have like a narrowly tailored law to a compelling government
Correct.
interest
Yes,
that
yes.
would.
If you have Destiny, if at age 60
Oh,
everyone
this guy
turns
loves saying
into
people's names
a
in the
28
worst
days
way.
later zombie, and we know that, or at least like 95% of people do, then yeah, you would have a compelling purpose, and the most narrow means to do it is to have an expiration date. If those facts don't present themselves, then you need another compelling purpose, and I would argue that right now we don't, fit the
We're
bill
not
for
busy
that. And so my
arguing for that.
question
Do you
is-
know that? Do you know that we are sitting here and we still haven't spoken about abortion?
Yeah.
Isn't the test this higher threshold and not the rationally related test, not the rational basis test?
Yeah, but the threshold, the question that you presented was if the government had sent out a letter that said, at 60 years old, you all die, is that constitutional? The question, the answer is it can be.
Yes.
Right? Like we all
Anything
just
can
agreed
be.
that it can
Anything
be.
can be, right? So
Yes, that was the question, you absolute dolt. And he answered it.
anything can
Yeah.
be. The First Amendment, even the most strongest protection on viewpoint discrimination, it can be constitutional in the right circumstances to apply it in the context of racial discrimination.
I hate this.
I'm not going to bring up the affirmative action cases because I know you probably disagree with them, but Korematsu, at least, right, in that case, that racial discrimination was overcome by the quote-unquote compelling purpose of national security. Of course, we disagree with it now, but we all acknowledge that all of these rights are not absolute, I hope. But the question is, what tests do you apply? Not whether or not the government.
Okay. Yeah, still nothing. Okay, we've gotten over a few little hurdles. Really.
Are you going to go back over this, or are you just going to we did a good enough job?
I'm gonna. I said that this morning I was speaking to MSK and he's like, you really need to cut up your streams and make videos about them. And
Yeah,
I was like,
you really
yeah, I
do.
do. And this would be one of them, I suppose. That's what I just have to go ahead and bite the bullet for. Just try and make some sort of coherent thing out of it. And this is one. It's a tangle. And I think I could also do a meta. Okay, so do a video about the debates that I have not been able to finish. First of all, they were just long. But also maybe even doing a video on how debate diagram has evolved within 15 diagrams. So I think I might do that as a way to discuss. It would be a good channel trailer as well, if I could work with that. So I think I will do that. But for now, let's. Is it saved? Everything's saved. Saved to cloud. Cool. This is all available. The link is in the description. Okay, let's just go here. Fuck you. God, I hate that. I need to fix let me just turn this off for a sec. Hi. I just need to fix the bounds of the Discord before I share my screen again. Memes. Okay, well, memes, Patrick has something here. But this was at oh my god, what are we looking at? President Joe Biden. Oh, you just he got a text from Joe Biden.
Aw. Texting buddies.
Can you bring me some ice cream? What's your favorite flavor ice cream? Happy Passover to all who celebrate in America and around the world, from our family to yours. Chuck Shemes. I'm Catholic. What's the best ice cream on Passover? Today I headed to what on earth, Patrick? Honestly.
Here, wait. Can I add a source? Let me see here.
Yeah, you can probably share your screen. Ooh.
No, wait.
Are you going to share your screen?
I want... What's the selection for for a tab? Or maybe share my screen. I probably have to share my screen.
You can share your whole screen. If you're going to have a video, do share screen with audio.
No. It's just it's a video. Or no video. It's a keyboard.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Otherwise, I can show what's on the keyboard thing now.
No. Here. Let's get that. It's an Alice. Purple. Dark purple with a knob.
It's so perfect. Yes. Okay, but you can get it fully assembled as well.
No.
Oh.
You're gonna have to assemble it yourself. But you need to pick out the keycaps, so it's fine. You need to pick out the switches and the keycaps. Coming bare bones is not a problem for you.
Okay, but then it's that has to be like after we get some other components. Sorry, Daisy. Some other component of my keyboard. I mean, of my computer.
I suppose. Here, let me see here.
He's so
like 200. It's like 200. It's not that much.
I know, but we're trying to save, okay?
Yeah.
And I still love my beautiful keyboard here, okay?
But you can have different keyboards for different occasions. That's what I do.
Rationalize it for us in a diagram.
There you go. I'll work on that. Oh, there's also can I switch to this? No, I have to. Yeah, no, it's fine. That one is the best one. There's another one, but
no, okay, but now is it an Alice? It doesn't look.
Yeah, it is.
Is it really?
Totally. Here, let me show you. It's up here.
Alice
Keychron Q10 Alice layout.
My saint name is Alice, so.
Here, there's also wait.
So I guess it fits.
This is what it looks like fully assembled.
I could probably use these keys on there, but the black ones.
They don't have. You'll notice they don't. The fully assembled. Right. The fully assembled doesn't have the purple option.
Okay.
You have to get the bare bones.
Yeah, have
dark
to.
Purple.
Okay, and now I've looked for knobs, right, on the internet. I hunted for knobs on the internet, and they basically I have to I don't know what I have to do is.
No, you have to go to Etsy.
Yeah. But I don't know if I could get anything from Etsy delivered here.
What does it run or not have anything either?
Let's just check here. Hold on. And they're definitely not what I want. Oops, sorry, Daisy. Definitely not what I want. So, look, okay, let me show you my screen here.
Seriously, it's so crazy.
So, what are you, Keychron? Okay, so obviously there's all the keycons and whatever. Well, actually, what does Keychron itself have? Because I can pay. I bought directly from Keychron.
Yeah, you can go to Keychron.
But they don't have knobs. They only have like, I think there was like a silver one. It's not even switches.
Yeah, you just go to type knobs.
Knobs. Come on. Oh wow, Keychron aluminium, right? So that's basically it.
No, you go to drop. Can you go to drop.com?
Drop.com.
Yeah. Type in knob. No, well, I mean, you can just type in the search knob.
We'll see if it can deliver to us. Okay. I want a cat knob.
So you have different options. It doesn't show me these.
I want products. There's shift knob. Okay, wait, and go Etsy.
Yeah.
What's happened to chat? Is it dead?
Item wizard. Dirty.
I don't see anything.
I have the stream. I have the YouTube stream.
I'm not seeing it. The restream chat is not working.
Let me see. Oh, you're right. It's frozen. It's frozen like way back.
Yeah. Half an hour ago. Sorry, guys, if you've said anything. Oh, cool. Oh, cute. Steamed dumpling.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. I want to see chi. Keyboard knob chi. Sweet home. Oh, come on. Okay, no, like if I go Chi Sweet Home, right? If I could get a Chi Sweet Home like little thing like this, then you just put it on. I just put it on, super glue it onto this thing.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. Chi Sweet Home series creativity thing. Anyway, we've got 5 minutes before we go to
Sitch and Adam.
What are they doing today?
Oh my gosh.
What? Uh-oh.
I found something. But
what?
It's
share it.
No, I mean. Oh wait, is this a? Oh, it's a video. No, it's a video for your Okay. There's a keycaps. There's these cat in a box keycaps, but you'd have to just glue that, like you said. You just glue that to the
knob.
To the knob. But you just need to go to Etsy and have somebody custom make it. Custom.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I think it's time we sign off.
Yeah.
The two cats! Signing off. Wait, I can put my shitty ears on. I think I'm more realistic than you. There we go.
What? Yeah.
Everybody, I'm so sorry I have missed the past half an hour of chats. I'm sure it was hilarious. But yes, if you haven't heard either, what I'm going to have to do with this is make it part of my series of what on earth happened to these debates. Why didn't you finish them, Shinsia? What made them so difficult, Shinsia? In a video coming soon. Don't hold your breath. But yeah. On Thursday, Andrew is going to be doing the group stream.
Mm-hmm.
So, so you will see him on his channel. Unless I don't know, unless I'll also join that side anyway if plans fall through, but I don't think they will because, hey. Anyway.
So yeah, my channel on Thursday. My normal stream tomorrow. It'll be on going over more of the
fairy stories.
Fairy stories by Tolkien. Yeah.
Okay, good. Good.
And then we'll do the group stream on Thursday, my channel, going over the new Spider-Verse movie. And yeah.
So go and watch the movie before. Guys.
Yeah, go watch the movie before.
Mm-hmm.
Still, Gray has RSVP'd, but I don't know about anyone else. We'll see.
Yeah. But that's enough for me to watch.
No, yeah.
Let's go.
No knob talk. No knob talk. Oh. That is something we have to decide on. Thanks, Patrick. How deep into the discussion are we going to go? Because any substantive discussion is going to be spoilerish to some extent. Because you can't discuss any arcs or any events to any substantive degree. So we'll have to decide on exactly how.
I think you should.
Yeah.
Well, I think you guys should do the whole thing. Go the full Monty. Woo!
Yeah.
Okay. And well, we're gonna go and see what
I
Brianna
was
is doing.
here. Spoil it like 37-year-old milk in a microwave.
Thanks, Adam. Good to see you, even though I only saw you now at the end. Because I don't know what was happening with chat. I think you broke it, Adam. That's what happened. But anyway, let's have a nice life, and we'll see you. And I guess I'll just sit there for a few minutes. I'm gonna have a bit of a midnight snack, and
nice.
See what happens on Stitch and Adam. But until then, have a nice life, everybody.
Bye. Bye.
Go and subscribe, you shit.
Oh, yeah.